Bon lecture! Hello, everyone. It's been much longer than it should have been. uh, sorry about having missed half of this week. Trust me, if I could go back and change that, I would, but no help on that. Anyways. Hold on. Excuse me. Still expectorating. Thankfully, it's gotten much better. I found some expectorants yesterday. Those helped clear things out quite a bit. Anyways, we're back with more Our Life. Yay! So last time we had done the half of childhood that we didn't manage to get through in our first stream. And now we are entering being 13. Wow. It's puberty time. Scary times. Scary times indeed. Anyways. August ended. September began. It was time to go back to school. Lizzie groaned and complained the entire first week. She hated going to classes. Still, there were interesting things to do that couldn't be done anywhere else. You weren't sure how Cove felt about it. He was enrolled that year. That was like a sign Cove would be staying in Sunset Bird for a while. At school he was alright, but kept his distance from the other kids. From what you saw, anyway. Whenever he could, Cove stuck to you like glue. He didn't even mind that much what you did to pass the time as long as it was together. Aww. And that was just fine. You felt for him the same way you always had. Nothing changed. Except, as you got older, you were able to understand better exactly what those feelings had, and still, meant. That year, the divorce of Cove's parents was finalized. You overheard your parents talking about it, saying Cove's dad got full custody. At first, you worried that meant bad news. It had made Mr. Holden cry, apparently. Yeah, Cliff's kind of a softie. Then you found out it meant Cove would keep living with his dad. He would only stay with his mom a few weeks of the year. Cove cried too, for different reasons, you thought. It all seemed like Cove and his dad might move again, but Mr. Holden decided to stay after all. Mom asked him about it once. He said he didn't want to uproot Cove's life a second time. Mr. Holden tried to get Cove to like Sunset Bird more. He kept encouraging his son to go and see the place. Sometimes Mr. Holden volunteered you to spend time with Cove. He seemed very confident that it was an effective strategy. Cove never talked to anyone about what happened with his parents and withdrew whenever it was brought up. It was hard for him, yet nobody knew how to help. Eventually, Cove stopped crying on his own. You couldn't understand what had changed. But you hoped that you could help him feel better still, since even without the tears, he looked sad. Maybe one day he could say out loud what he felt inside. Aw, poor boy. After that, it felt like things had gone back to normal, except what was normal didn't stay the same. Years passed and suddenly you were in middle school. You weren't a kid anymore, you were 13 years old. That officially made you a teen, even if your sister didn't agree. The toys and crayons that used to litter every free space in your room had been packed away somewhere, replaced by new hobbies. Adjusting my seat. There. Just on camera a little bit. There we go. There were other changes too. Cove's cast got taken off. It was weird to see him without it initially. Underneath the pink plaster ended up being a long, thin scar that snaked across his forearm. Cove's chest puffed out in pride when someone drew attention to it. He also went through a major growth spurt. He was the tallest student in his class for 2 years in a row. Cove will probably hold that spot again next time. In class, people knew him for more than just being tall. He also stood out because of how well he did in gym and other athletic situations. Over the years, he began opening up more too. You saw him talking amicably with the other kids or neighbors from time to time. And the only kid that came to visit the neighborhood when you were little, Shiloh, well, he was gone. He and his mom moved back south because of her work, just 1 year after Cove came to Sunset Bird. It had been really upsetting when he left. Lizzie was inconsolable for weeks. But nobody talked about Shiloh anymore. It was a long time ago. You learned that some heartbreaking things became less sad the further away they were, even if they never got any better. That was sad in its own way. Yeah! Things at home were different too. You still lived in the same house and all that, but it wasn't how it was before. Ma dyed her hair purple, wanting something new, and liked it so much she kept dyeing it. You remember calling her Mommy as a kid, but something that seemed awkward nowadays. You were much too old for the word. Oh, come on. Teenagers. Lizzie felt too mature for her nickname, too. She insisted on everyone calling her Elizabeth, so you did. Your mom soon gave her permission to go places other than the playground and shopping street, which she took advantage of. You rarely saw her around the old neighborhood. In fact, she hardly spent time with you the way she did before. Elizabeth instead associated more and more with girls from school who were her own age. Maybe the difference between 13 and 15 was greater than the difference between 8 and 10. You think that when you're that age, but it's really not. You started befriending new people yourself, like Derek Suarez. He didn't live in the neighborhood or go to the same school. What happened was, His and Cove's dad struck up a business partnership a few months ago. Since then, Derek would pop it up in the area now and then. It seemed Mr. Suarez was happy to let Derek tag along to his work if Derek had the time for it. Without a doubt, everyone and everything around you had changed, in small and big ways. You had too. As time went by, though, it was easy to settle into this new normal. Then, before you knew it, school was over and summer vacation had come again. It was the first day of summer vacation. The sun was hot as ever, but you were inside and away from its harsh rays. To be more specific, you were... Yeah. Snuggle up in bed, celebrating your time off with a nap. It was hot, but you still had the blanket up over your head to block out the sun. You didn't want it intruding on your lazy morning. Unfortunately, you hadn't prepared for an intrusion. From beneath the blanket, you heard the door creak open. You're still sleeping? Wow. Get up. You started to fake snore loudly. You didn't get out of bed and instead made some obnoxiously loud and totally phony sleeping sounds. It was pretty annoying, but she bothered you first. Not funny. Get up now. I will come over there. So much for a lazy morning. Mom told me to tell you that your baby boyfriend is here and he wants to see you again, like he does every day. Aw, that's really sweet. He brought some happy summer gift from Mr. Holden. Mom wants you to take it from him, say thanks or whatever. You did not like the way she called him your baby boyfriend, but you knew by now that saying so wouldn't stop her. Yeah.
Come on.
So calm down already. Really? That's great, I'm coming. Elizabeth said nothing else and left, having done what was instructed of her. You rolled out of bed, stretching your arms up high and yawning. Time to get ready. You sat yourself in front of the mirror in the far corner of your room. Your reflection hardly even fit in the frame. You're very tall. Yeah, puberty hit me like a fucking truck. Wish I could have sawed off my shins. Or, back when I was 13, I wish I could have sawn off my shins. I don't like being tall. But, you know, there are some advantages to having shorter partners. And some advantages for them, for me being this size. You could relate to Cove and how it felt being unusually big. He was one of the rare fellow 13-year-olds whose height was a match for your own. Yeah, you were kind of self-conscious over it. You couldn't help but feel awkward with the body you had. Then you put the finishing touches on your outfit while ruminating on the situation. Careless as they had been, Elizabeth's words piqued your curiosity. You planned on going over to see what Cove was up to today, so this worked in your favor. It was when you spotted your reflection that you realized you were smiling wide. You were looking forward to seeing him. Aww. You left your room, taking an easy time down the stairs. Step 2, second chance. Arr. You spotted Mom first, reclining on the couch. She held a magazine in her hands, which she was perusing through. Morning, Mom. She looked up at your greeting, a smile instantly appearing on her face.
Thanks.
Good morning, Diana. Thank you for coming down. Ma's at the door with Cove. He can't stay over today, unfortunately. Why don't you go and thank him before he leaves? You nodded and made your way to the front of the house. Just as she said, Ma was there making conversation. She must have heard you because she looked over her shoulder.
Oh?
Look who finally made it. Morning, sleepyhead. Help, Ma is really pretty with purple hair. I should dye my hair. And actually get my fucking ears pierced. And a lot of things, really. Whatever, that's neither here nor there. Ma reached forward, and you knew that she was about to pat you on the head. She was taller than your average adult woman, so you were still a little in her eyes, despite being big for your own age. You happily let her do it, because I am a mama's girl. Here. So, unrelated thing. Toga was searching the room a couple days ago for something he was going to take to Friday Night Magic, and now my side of the room is inexplicably looking like a freaking tornado came through it. So thanks for that, Han. Anyways. Excuse me. That type of small affection exchange was nice. She placed the whole of her hand on top of your head for a second before lifting it back up. Ah, you're the last one down today, you know that? Sorry about the wait. Oh, there's no need for that. What matters is that you're here now. With a small laugh, Ma stepped aside. Cove was just as you remembered, exactly how you came to know him to be. Oh no! Precious baby. Oh. Look at that handsome little 13-year-old. Oh, bad sentences out of context. But nah, he's cute. I'm sure he will be quite handsome when he gets to be legal age. Still got the crickety eyebrows. He leaned uncomfortably to the side in your doorway as the longer strands of his hair idly drifted with the breeze. His features were pinched in embarrassment, and he shifted from one foot to another. He was holding what must be the much-talked-about gift. At first, you figured it must be a bouquet of flowers. Then you gave it a real look. No, instead it was carefully cut fruit. It made a lot of sense that it was actually from Cove's dad. You had to suppress a laugh at the showing. You couldn't imagine many folks buying that sort of thing for their own personal enjoyment. That kind of arrangement was built for the presentation, likely to impress whoever was inevitably going to receive it. It seemed no matter how long he lived here, Mr. Holden would keep going out of his way to be neighborly, and Cove would always be roped into participating. Yep. Cove sighed in relief at the sight of you. He must have been braving some embarrassment to get this far, and that had clearly been what he was waiting for. Hey, Diana. He broke eye contact then, staring down at the ground instead. Your heartbeat sped up, being near him. You smiled back fondly. He always had this kind of effect on you, and you couldn't help think, ever since the two of you were kids, there was something about him that was just special in some strange and indescribable way. Hey, it's nice to see you.
Yeah.
I mean, it's nice seeing you too. Not that it's nice for you to see me. The both of you had a bit of a laugh, though your gazes still didn't meet again. It was already shaping up to be another long summer day. The best part was that the two of you had plenty of time to enjoy each other's company and relish what you had together. His awkwardness over the task started to creep back in, so Cove nudged the gift closer to you. He was ready to be relieved of it. Your hands brushed over his just slightly when he took hold of the base. He flinched enough for you to know with certainty that he noticed it happen. Teenagers. You couldn't help but smile to yourself. And with that, the gift was accepted. I hope you and your family like this. It's a pretty good gift. I think so anyway. He smiled earnestly. Dad spent a lot of time picking out the best size and design. There were so many options to choose from. You are too cute sometimes. I'm not trying to be. Just thank my dad for all this, okay? Alright. Mr. Holden's behavior really was different from any neighbor you'd ever had, though after 5 years you were used to his antics. And you'd since made up your mind on what your opinion was. He was sort of funny. Sometimes that could be a good thing, and other times it was a bad thing. Your thoughts were quickly interrupted by a shout. There you are! You shared a confused look with Cove. As one, both of you stepped through the open door onto the neighborhood street. It didn't take long to locate the source of the noise. You spotted Derek just a few yards down the road. He ran out to you. You were happy at the sight of him. Derek's a good boy. Derek was certainly a welcome guest in your neighborhood. It was a pleasant surprise whenever he showed up. After stopping a couple steps away, Derek hunched over to catch his breath. Then he looked up with a wide grin.
Hey.
Hey, guy and gal. I was just at your house, Cove, but no one was there. Should have figured you'd be at Diana's place. Do you ever spend time in your own home, or are you always just there? Derek laughed at his own joke. He either didn't notice that it embarrassed Cove, or the embarrassment was what he was actually laughing at. Derek turned to you. He was going to say more when his eyes widened and he gasped. "What's that?" You followed his gaze, unsure. Then you realized what he meant. You were still holding Mr. Holden's gift. "Put it down. Put it down. Set it in the front entryway. Or like at the nearest table. Or wherever the phone is. Or put it down." It's kind of like a bouquet of flowers, but made out of fruit.
Nice.
Can I have some? Maybe you can have some later. Derek grew more excited by by your words, bouncing on the balls of his feet. "Awesome!" Then he nodded his head as if to clear it. "Anyway, that's right. I came here because I needed to say something big." He paused, possibly for effect. "There's some other kid here in Sunset Bird." Cove was as surprised as you were by the news. Such a reaction made sense. No one around your age had moved here since Cove did 5 years ago. Were they with their family? Maybe they were cutting through. Nah, the new kid was all by himself, just walking. Did you talk to him?
Nope.
I came to report the sighting right away. The kid had green hair, glasses, was pretty small, and seemed really upset about something. I hope he didn't leave. You blinked. Slowly, you looked over to your longtime neighbor. That sounds a lot like you, Cove, when you first got here anyway. It kind of does, doesn't it? It's weird. He sounded almost fond, a small smile playing on his lips. Derek snickered good-naturedly. I can see that really well now that you say so. But what do you say? Let's go find Cove's look-alike. We should all meet him.
Sure.
I'll do it. Sure, I want to see who this person is. Derek grinned. Then he pointed down the street the way he came. Last I saw him, the mystery visitor was going this direction. Nothing else needed to be said. The three of you were off with Derek leading the way. Meh. Water. Derek brought you to the beach, and as a trio, you made your way down the shore to the old playground. You walked the familiar path in a comfortable silence. When you were almost there, you spotted the kid in question. His bright colors almost shone like a beacon beneath the rays of the sun. He scuffled around, kicking up the sand as he paced. It was true, he certainly seemed upset, but you didn't think he was sad like you had originally pictured. No, with his erratic movements, scrunched up expression, he came across angry. Just in my seat real quick. You started to have doubts about this expedition. Maybe it'd be better if you left him alone and let him sort himself out. Derek didn't feel the same. He waved wildly, calling out to the boy. "Hey guy, over here!" The kid whipped around, an impressive scowl carving deeper onto his face. His eyes were tired, but a strong, hostile energy still radiated from him.
What?
What is it? What do you want? The sharp tone made Derek flinch. He shifted on his feet. What's your name? Jeremy. Was that it?
No.
I'm Derek. That's Diana and Cove. We were just walking around and saw you. We wanted to say hi. There aren't a lot of kids our age in the neighborhood. Yeah, so, it's cool to see someone else here. Strangely, Jeremy grew furious by your response. If steam could erupt from a person's ears, it would have happened then. They did bring me somewhere stupid. Of course, I knew it. What?
My parents.
They're the ones who brought me. I didn't walk to this town. Can you not figure that out on your own?
Right.
My dad brings me to Sunset Bird too, when he has to come for work and all that stuff. It's not bad. That earned a glare from Jeremy. Derek winced beneath it, glancing away. It was a struggle to remain friendly with this Jeremy guy. I mean, I wouldn't want to come here for a real vacation, probably, either. That's an understatement. This doesn't count as a vacation. It's a waste of time. A chore. My parents' family is nearby and we just had to come see them. Ugh. If they're your parents' family, doesn't that make them your family too?
I guess.
That's a pretty good reason to come by. Did you want to go somewhere else? No! Jeremy crossed his arms with a huff. He turned away. They should have gone by themselves since they cared so much and left me home. But I'm not allowed to be by myself. Pfft. It makes no sense. They're the ones who don't know how to do anything, and I'm the kid? We just said hello. You don't have to keep complaining at us. Wow, why did you decide to talk to me, huh? Did I ask for that? No. Did I want you to come over and start flapping your gums at me about dumb stuff? No. Now you're gonna whine that this isn't what you wanted? Too bad, it's not my job to care. You turned to Cove, lowering your voice. The two of you aren't that similar after all. Jeremy must have had good hearing, though, because he caught the private exchange and scoffed.
Stupid.
Of course we're not similar. My eyebrows aren't stupid. Cove's cheeks flushed crimson at the insult. You couldn't be sure if it was out of embarrassment or anger. Maybe both. Come on. Apologize to Cove right now. You can't treat people like that. Cove smiled weakly.
Okay.
I'm sorry your eyebrows are so terrible. You crossed your arms over your chest. You're getting really tired of this. Wow, what is wrong with you? Instead of taking offense, Jeremy only parroted Derek's words in a nasally voice.
Wow, what is wrong with you?
Wah. This is dumb. Jeremy stuck out his tongue and skulked away, throwing more sand everywhere as he went. You watched him go, hunched over, until he became a speck in your vision. Silence reigned in his wake. The three of you tried to process what just happened. I can't believe it. What a mean kid. Derek wasn't kidding, and by the sound of those earlier complaints, the new boy Jeremy was going to be in the area for at least a little while this summer. Derek sighed in dismay, plopping onto the ground. You followed, and Cove did too, shortly after. There wasn't much else to do.
This sucks.
I was hoping we could meet someone fun, hang out maybe. He shook his head. After a moment, he slowly turned to you with a hopeful expression. But you know what would really improve the day? What? He didn't respond. Instead, he used a hand to point, right at the fruit arrangement that you were still holding. Bah! Ah! My character is an idiot. You had completely forgotten about it during the mini-drama that unfolded. You had gotten used to the weight. Why? How? What? No. Glancing over to Cove, you noticed he was eyeing the fruit. He must want some too. I need to save it.
Okay.
He sagged, still staring at the glistening fruits, but he didn't insist further. Yeah, it is a gift for the Shelley family after all. They should be the ones who get to have it. Sorry for asking. It's fine. Quiet once more descended upon your group. Cove turned towards the ocean, a peaceful expression on his face. Hey, you two remember the Land Before Time? That fruit thing makes me think of it. The dinosaurs all liked to eat the leaves that were shaped like stars. Tree stars! Ah! Oh, I loved those movies so much as a kid. Oh, they were my absolute favorite. Tree stars. Hell yeah, Cove!
Yeah.
Chopping leaves looked so delicious when they did it. I mean, it was a Don Bluth movie. Of course, the animation was fantastic. I love that movie. Me too. Derek didn't say anything further about dinosaurs or otherwise. For the next few minutes, the three of you watched the waves crash onto the shore. Also, one of the options was that movie's for kids, and the first one? Oh boy, that movie's not for kids. I mean, it's marketed at kids, but it is not a kiddie movie. Oh boy. Hey Diana. Yeah? The two of you met eyes casually. That was pretty cool what you said back at the guy. Oh, thanks. I was just saying what I thought. Derek chimed in while in high spirits. You totally owned him! I don't know what his parents say, but it's good at least somebody is around to tell him what's what. This feels very early aughts. This feels like these two, or like Cove and my character are teens, not all that long after I myself was a proper teen. Yeah. Derek then leaned back on his arms. He contemplated the sky with a content sigh. So, are you both ready for summer break? No. I get it. Feels like there's a lot to plan for, doesn't it? No, that... I just never knew what the hell to do during summer break. I just sat in my room being a lonely bitch. Because I didn't have many close friends as a teenager. Anyway. And what about you, Cove? Are you ready? I think that depends. Before he could say anything else, the light atmosphere was shattered.
Hey!
Diana! You glanced over your shoulder to see your sister. She strode closer and closer, appearing none too pleased. I've been looking all over for you. Ma said you and Cove ran off with the thing Mr. Holden bought for us. She leered over you with arms folded. So, where is it? It's fine, and right here. You turned your body to face her and held up the bouquet, proving that it was in one piece. She inspected the fruit arrangement with a small frown.
Okay.
Alright, looks good. But if all you're doing is sitting around, you better take it back to the house now. It's not just for you. She grinned tauntingly, slyly glancing at Cove, who sat right beside you. Even if you are the one person who counts to the delivery boy, that was up to his dad. It seemed everybody was in a mood to tease you and Cove today. Cove's cheeks became a couple shades redder, and he didn't deny the accusation. He couldn't. Everyone knew that the two of you gave each other special priority. Get going. This wasn't okay just because you hadn't done anything yet. Oh no, I think I hear the mean kid coming back. We better get out of here. Elizabeth blinked confused and looked around. What kid? I don't see anyone. Derek didn't bother explaining. He just launched to his feet and ran off. Cove hopped up too, gladly taking the opportunity to exit the situation. He followed after Derek, but he sent a look to you from over his shoulder. You turned to Elizabeth. She stared back, brow raised. I wonder... I ran! Without a word, you got to your feet, too, and bolted down the beach. Unimpressed, Elizabeth rolled her eyes.
So immature.
She shook her head as she walked toward the house, not bothering whatsoever to follow. Meanwhile, the three of you made it back to the shoreline. Derek pumped his fist, grinning in triumph. We escaped and shall live to see another day. My moms are gonna be so mad when Elizabeth tells this story. Oh well. You chuckled together, walking further down the beach side by side. You definitely wanted to stay outside a little while longer. Later that night, you found yourself seated near the kitchen counter. You got in a lot of talking to for running off with the gift twice, even though you hadn't eaten any of it. But Elizabeth was also asked to be a bit more patient in the future. In the end, the four of you had split the bouquet for dinner, and the event was fully resolved. Yeah! That was a while ago now. Your fingers drummed on the surface as you waited, your gaze trained on your phone. Or the phone, the family phone, the one that Elizabeth used to call Cove back when 8 years old times. Timey-wimey. You were waiting on a call tonight, specifically from your cousin Leandra. You didn't want to miss it accidentally. My nose is being funky today. Keeps blocking itself up at random moments and messing up my words. Your uncle, aunt, and Lee used to live many hours away. Your families only saw each other a few times a year for big occasions. A while back, though, they'd moved and were closer to you than ever before. Now you hung out regularly. With school being out, you're positive she's gonna want to come over a lot. The two of you were the same age and got along well. She used to be really fond of Elizabeth, too, but now that your sister had become allergic to interacting with her own family, it tended to just be you and Lee who spent time together. So I've been trying to keep this relatively close to actually being with me, but like obviously there are some things that weren't entirely accurate that were things I actively chose. So, fuck it. Hashtag fuck it. Being family helped make you close, but you had a lot of girlfriends. You often gravitated towards other girls and befriended them pretty easily. I did actually, get along with people well back in school. I don't know, I didn't seem to get close enough to be friends with a ton of people outside of my one circle. Because we were kind of the nerd group. We like that weird anime. You didn't have any non-girlfriends. It seemed that was just the type of person you associated with most at school. Then the shrill ringtone announced an incoming call. You jumped before grabbing the receiver and pressing it to your ear. Lee, finally!
Hi!
Sorry about the wait, Diana. It took forever to get the phone away from my mom. That's okay. There was static on near the end as if Lee was shifting wherever she was. So can you believe school's actually over? I thought it'd never be done. Now we don't have to do any of that boring stuff and we get to hang out whenever we want. Speaking of hanging out... Lee, can you wait a second? Let me just head to my room.
Oh yeah.
You got up from your seat at the counter. Luckily, the phone was wireless, so you didn't have to worry about any cords tying you down. Your mom's had a rule about not moving the phone unless a call was in progress, which was why you've been sat by its cradle waiting for Lee to call. You thought that made sense. It was nice to keep everything in its proper place. So I haven't gone back and changed any answers thus far, but like, you didn't like it, but it had to be that way. You weren't the only person here. If anyone could take the phone anywhere at any time, it'd be an even bigger hassle. You couldn't easily imagine the receiver having a new forever home, or you could easily imagine the receiver having a new forever home in Elizabeth's locked room. Bitch. But now that Lee had called, it was okay for you to go upstairs to your bedroom and talk to her. You made your way up the stairs, smiling. After you had arrived, you shut the bedroom door firmly behind you. You took a seat on your bed. Alright, I'm here.
Cool.
Hey, did you know the girl down the street from me has her own phone now? A cell phone. She doesn't have to wait for someone else to stop using it or anything. God, this really does feel like it takes place around when I was a teenager. Wow, really? The thought of someone having a phone that was all their own seemed unbelievable to you. Yeah. I feel like the lead writer is someone my age who is channeling that experience a bit. Right? I wish I had one too, but my parents said I couldn't get my own phone until I'm more grown up. I wish they'd changed their mind. We could call each other every single day and no one would be able to stop us. How great would that be? But wouldn't I still be using a home phone? My moms would be able to stop us if they wanted. Lee laughed, but you didn't put a damper on her imagination.
Oh.
Then you have your own phone too. That works. She sighed dramatically. I bet I'm not gonna get one until I'm all the way in college. Oh, you're being hyperbolic. You silly girl. Squeezing the phone between your shoulder and ear, you puffed up your pillows to make yourself even more comfy. It was strange to think of a time when normal school would be over and you'd have to choose whether or not to go to college. School was such a big part of your life right now. Excuse me. Oh. Brr. Everything in your classes came easily to you. At least at that age. You soaked up information as naturally as a sponge absorbed water. You had yet to worry about school being hard for you. Very important word in place there. Yet. You hope to do just as well this year, but it wouldn't be a big deal if they dropped some. You had a positive record. It wouldn't be worth it to stress over every mark. Yeah, you tried to sound engaged, but your mind had decided to go back to school despite the season. Lee knew you too well to be fooled.
What's up?
You sound so spacey. What's up? Just thinking about school. Lee groaned. Are you thinking about how we don't have to think about it because it's summer? That's what I'm doing. Let's make a petition for more vacation time.
Yeah.
Everybody in class would sign it. Maybe some of the teachers too. Though I guess school isn't all the way bad. You can do some really good things there. You just do more when school's out. Learning new things can be cool. I just wish everyone did okay with how they taught the things, not just some people. Oh god, don't get me started on that, me.
Me too.
It's really the easiest way to hang out with people not in the neighborhood. If I didn't go to school, I'd never meet anybody new. No one really comes here. Uh-huh. The cafeteria lunches at my school could be better than they had any right to be. Lucky, mine's boring. Fuck Jim. Fuck Jim. And that's pretty much everything that's good about school. Okay, point taken. In my defense, I mostly ate cafeteria food when it was pizza day. Slide of that shit, it needed mustard. Cafeteria pizzas with mustard was better than it had any right to be. Nowadays, I would do that with honey mustard if I could. Actually, sometimes I still do put honey mustard on pizza. Anyways. I'm gonna make myself hungry again at this rate. Don't want a repeat of last time we played this.
Alright.
Now, I decree the topic of school is officially closed. We have to talk about this summer, but first, before we start plotting the rest of our lives, I've got some plans already. Ooh, tell me. I'm gonna visit my cousins. You chuckled, of course. What's something you want to do? The first thing that comes to your head. Reading. Let me know if you read anything good. Oh, this is scary. Or sad. Sure. I may have always been a bit of a bibliophile. I tried to read the fucking Silmarillion back in not even high school, back in middle school. That was a mistake. I'm sure I could get through it nowadays, but oh boy. Oh boy. Middle schooler trying to read the fucking Silmarillion. Oh, that was too much. I'd read the actual books for the Lord of the Rings by that point. You lean back in your bed, settling in, as you continued chatting with your friend. Even though it hadn't been that long since you saw her, and you'd be seeing her soon, you found plenty to talk about. For one, the events of the day. You sat up straighter. I was with Cove and Derek today, and we met a new kid. Like, at your neighborhood? Mm-hmm. His parents are visiting family, so it sounds like he'll be around for a little while. I don't know how long. What was he like? Creepy. He kept snapping at us when all we were trying to do was talk to him. It was like no matter what we said, he was going to find a way to make the worst of it. I don't think I want to meet him. You want a boy to stay away before even meeting him? That's an unexpected twist. Your cousin was pretty popular with the boys who knew her. She seemed happy enough to have them around until they started to annoy her. Hey, who are you to talk? You give practically all your attention to boys. Or maybe just one boy. I see how much you like Cove. That's a special case. Lee laughed at your defensiveness, deeply amused. Even though she couldn't see, you shook your head at her, grinning to yourself. There was a stomping noise approaching your room, heralding the arrival of your irritated older sister. She flung the door open, a frown etched on her face.
Come on.
How long are you going to hog the phone? Glancing at your watch, I thought I unchecked that. You realized that your quick call had gone on much longer than anticipated. Elizabeth held out her hand, and the other one lodged on her hip. She noticed the realization on your face. Time's up. Sorry for being long. Lee, I have to go now.
Bye.
Okay, see you soon. Tell Elizabeth and your moms I said hi too. You barely pressed the end call button when Elizabeth whisked the handset from your fingers and began dialing someone new as she strode out of the room. Your ma's voice called from downstairs. Hey, has anyone seen the phone? I'm using it. With that, she shut your door behind you. That feels like it should be behind her, but whatever. Silence was left in the wake. That was one way to end your first day of summer break. Sometime later, it had gotten dark outside, and you laid in bed wide awake. Your window rattled all of a sudden, startling you badly. You flinched, staring over at it with furrowed brows. From your vantage point, you only saw the moon and an open sky. Oh god, it's the ghost! It's the ghost from when we were young! You were... scared. I was still scared of the dark at 13. What had caused that noise? Swallowing hard, you sat up and moved closer to the window. You could only hope this wasn't a bad idea. Excuse me. To your utter shock, your gaze was met by a pair of familiar ocean blue eyes. Cove? You squinted. Yep, Cove was right outside your window. Oh, baby boy, no. Your house was very angular, and some parts stuck out further than others, so it theoretically wouldn't be hard to climb around on. Still, just because somebody could didn't mean you expected it to ever happen. To his credit, Cove was doing fine. His feet were braced against a section of the wall that jutted out, his arms flexing with the effort to keep him upright. He easily lifted a hand and waved at you from the other side of the glass. You hurriedly opened the window. Cove climbed over the edge, releasing a breath once he was safely inside.
Hey.
Hi, Diana. Amazing, my dreams have come true. Thanks. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to say to that. I know that it's late, but I didn't know what else to do. If I rang the doorbell, I know your moms would have answered and they just make me go home. I really didn't want to explain why I was coming over anyways. I don't want to talk about it. Well, besides with you, I mean. But that's why I did that. As unexpected as this was, you were touched. Cove felt like he could tell you what was wrong. I might have tried calling or something, except my dad was on the phone. Cove suddenly looked very cross. Dad, he was talking to my mom, still is probably. You raised your eyebrows. Cove had eavesdropped on his parents' phone conversation. You didn't comment on him eavesdropping. There were other things to talk about. Are you going to stay with your mom for a while again? Every year, Cove was sent off to live with his mom for a few weeks. When it happened varied. Sometimes he would go during winter break, but usually he went during summer. Even though it was hard news when you found out he was leaving you and you missed seeing him those weeks, you understood. To your surprise, however, he shook his head. That's what I thought too, but no, that's not what they were saying. My dad asked my mom not to have me leave this year. He said she could come stay with us here. You waited for him to continue. He didn't. The conversation abruptly dropped off. You couldn't help but stare at Cove. There was a complicated mix of expressions on his face. What'd your mom say? She told him she'd come. I know she's coming soon, before school starts. Oh. You had heard Cove talk about his mom a lot over the years. He'd tell you about past memories, or what happened while he was visiting her. Soon as one thing to hear... Still, it was one thing to hear about someone, and another to actually meet them. Very soon you were going to see Cove's mom in person. You were taken aback by the news, so you could only imagine how Cove felt. You looked over at him. He was pacing across your room, his features pained with dread. Before they'd barely stay in the same room long enough to have lunch. Now we're gonna be all together again, the three of us, after all this time, just for a few weeks. I know I should probably be happy they can talk to each other now. I'm still not. I'm just confused and freaked out, and now I feel really bad for feeling this way.
Diana.
It's so... His fists tightened, and his eyes became misty. I shouldn't keep getting like this. It's been a long time already, and I'm not a little kid. Though he wouldn't meet your eyes, you knew he was waiting for you to say something. There's nothing wrong with feeling bad. That is hard to deal with. The tense line of Cove's shoulders eased. Thanks. That makes me feel a little better. Like I'm not freaking out for no reason. A momentary silence fell over the two of you. You marveled at how the day started. You had woken up eager for summer vacation, but now things seemed so crazy. The May debacle with Mr. Holden's gift, the newest addition to the neighborhood being so rude, and as if all that wasn't enough, now Cove's mom would be living with Cove and his dad again. Your whole life was kind of like that, it seemed. Complicated and hard and different. Why couldn't things just get better with time? Diana? The sound of your name, said quietly, pulled you from your thoughts. Cove gazed at you, concerned.
Are
you okay?
Who, me? I'm more worried about you. You don't have to forget about yourself for me. I want to listen to you, too. Cove grinned reassuringly. It was small and delicate, but you knew it was genuine. Moonlight from outside cast shadows across his face and lit up his eyes. They seemed to sparkle with his smile. Just that one look brightened your mood somewhat. You know, I think I don't want to talk anymore about this. He looked away, his lips thinning into a line, and Deer rubbed his arm. But I kinda don't want to go back home either. Could I stay a little longer just doing something else? He appeared equal parts hopeful and vulnerable. How could you possibly turn him away? Of course, you can always stay here, Cove. You held his gaze confidently, hoping your words got across to him. Cove perked up at your response, a smile appearing on his face. He immediately took a seat on your bed, not afraid to get comfortable in your room. You felt a little better at the sight somehow. You still had a lot of worries, but you were glad he was here. And not just tonight. You were glad he came into your life in the first place. That was a change you'd never want to undo. It felt totally natural to let him into your little world. He fit into it like a missing piece of the puzzle, and you were certain there was room to get even closer. You joined Cove on your bed, taking a seat across from him. He smiled at you again, but you could tell this time it was half-hearted. He was still easy to read. Though he didn't want to talk about his mom and dad, he must be thinking about what happened and what's about to happen. You hugged him. You moved closer and wrapped your arms around him. I'm a very huggy person. Excuse me. Yerp. You give me the option to hug someone I think is cute, and I will hug them. It wasn't much, but you hoped the contact helped him even a little. Cove froze up, startled. After a moment, his arms came up and he returned your hug. The two of you remained like that for some time. He might have mumbled something to you, but it was too quiet to tell what it was. When you pulled back, his expression had softened into something more natural. Conversation was stilted and broken often by silence at first. Then both of you were able to get into your usual candor. As your secret hangout session stretched on, you thought that you truly wanted to keep having moments like this with him. You hoped a day would never come when life decided that the two of you would have to part ways, and you knew Cove felt the same. You opened your tired eyes, groaning as they adjusted to the bright light that was streaming through your window and warming your pale skin. I am quite pale, yes. Oh, I'm a ghost. With a loud yawn, you rolled away from the sunlight and blinked a couple of times, clearing the sleep from your eyes before realizing with a start that it was actually morning. You couldn't remember even falling asleep. Cove had crept through your window during the night, and the two of you spent time together, trying not to wake your parents. You must have fallen asleep while you were hanging out, but couldn't put a finger on exactly when. You wondered how late Cove had stayed before heading home. You rubbed your face and yawned again, contemplating whether you should get out of bed and get ready for the day or stay snuggle up for a little while longer. Until your gaze landed on an instantly recognizable mop of palely green hair, and you bolted upright and gasped in surprise. Oh no! He never left. He was still there in the morning. You laughed out loud. He had fallen asleep while sitting on the ground and precariously leaning his head on the side of your mattress. With your laugh, Cove's eyes snapped open and his head slipped from its source of support. He didn't stop going down until he'd smacked right into the floor with a crack. You clamped a hand over your mouth and looked down at him with wide eyes, curled up where he had landed rather ungracefully. Ow. Are you okay? You winced as he tumbled, hoping no one else in the house had heard either of your outbursts. Yeah, I'm alright. Cove rubbed his forehead a little, and you weren't sure that was entirely true. If either of your moms found out Cove had slept here last night, the two of you would be in big trouble. Cove blinked at you a couple of times, his eyes growing in panic, as some thought that only he could hear settled in his mind.
Oh my god.
I fell asleep! You weren't exactly sure what to do as you watched Cove pace your room, looking around frantically. Cove's hands flew to his face, letting out a sigh of relief when he found his glasses were right where they were supposed to be. Oh. Despite that, he hadn't calmed down completely. The atmosphere was still frazzled. We're going to be in so much trouble! You could feel your throat grow tight, and the air struggled to hit your lungs as you thought about all the possible punishments your parents might give you. 1 second. Headset frickin' died again. Ah. I need to get a headset with a longer lifespan. Preferably one without a freaking jack. That or one that just has a jack and no fucking battery life. What kind of fucking jackass decides, let's design a headset that physically plugs into a port and has a battery life? There we go. I swear some people who make products have no fucking idea what they're fucking doing. Fuck, fuck, fuckity, fuck, fuck. Anyway. You could feel your throat grow. Read this already. Summer was just beginning. You couldn't imagine having to stay cooped up in your house for the rest of it. That was just barbaric. Letting out a heavy sigh, he ran a hand through his hair in exasperation. He couldn't look at you again as he spoke. I'll see you later. You were confused by how all of this had played out, but hoped that was true. Right, by Cove. And that you were suddenly wrapped up in a tense embrace. As panicked as he was, this seemed to be something he couldn't forget before leaving. Thanks, again. You're my very best friend, Diana. No one else comes close. He firmly whispered the words into the top of your shoulder. It made you feel tingly. Aww. But you were let go before you had a chance to respond or even fully react. In a matter of seconds, he climbed over your bed and opened the window. A cold breeze rolled off the ocean, flowing through Cove's hair and filling your room with its salty scent. I guess that's the best. I guess that's the... I guess! Excuse me. Cove fearlessly stepped out onto the ledge. You wish him luck. Good luck. Be super careful. You weren't sure if he heard you or not, but he kept going along, one foot in front of the other, with increasing speed, until his form disappeared out of sight. You stuck your head out the window as far as it could go to try to keep watch. He walked the full length of the ledge before jumping down to the top of the garage. Then lowering himself onto the fence. From there, he finally dropped down to the ground. He threw out a thumbs up into his successful climb. He ran off toward his house without stopping, disappearing behind the side of another building. You had to admit that you were pretty impressed at how doable he made that look. Hardcore parkour! Cove always seemed to have a way of seeming to so smooth without even meaning to. With a little sigh, you reclosed your window. Deciding there was nothing more you could do, you hopped off your bed and got ready to head downstairs for the day. You checked yourself in the mirror. You certainly looked like you had just woken up with your brown hair sticking up all over the place. Taking a comb from the bedside table, you attempted to fix and smooth down some of the messy strands. You took the stairs slowly, attempting to mask your face in a look of innocence. You weren't sure that someone would have come into your room if they... you were sure that someone would have come into your room if they had heard anything strange, but you couldn't be too careful. You had to play it cool. When you stepped into the living room, Elizabeth was there, tapping her finger on the counter. Good morning, Elizabeth. She looked you over immediately, her eyes squinting at the greeting.
Why?
Why are you being so weird? You hadn't even done anything! Your big sister never missed a beat, unfortunately. You turned and offered a tight smile, and her lips pursed together even tighter. Diana? Sorry. For what? I don't know. She began to smile, thinking whatever you were hiding was bigger than she assumed.
Come on.
Yes, you do. Tell me. Further suspicious squinting occurred as she waited for something. But ultimately she rolled her eyes, and you weren't sure if you were in trouble or not. She didn't seem to care enough to dig any further. Whatever. And then she walked straight out the front door, letting it slam shut behind her, and you let out a brief sigh. Elizabeth went most days to hang out with her friends from school around town. Today, you were extra glad for it, though you were also grateful she hadn't left the house any sooner and risked running into Cove. It looked like you were going to get away with it. Breakfast was eaten in peace and alone. Your moms were both out by the time you got up. They had left you a serving of food from breakfast they made. Hash browns, an omelet, fruit salad, and there were a few sausage links. You passed on some parts because they weren't things you liked. I admit it, despite being a feedie and a gainer, I'm a fucking picky eater. You appreciated that there was a variety in the meals your mom's made. The parts you did have were tasty. The day lazily drifted by at home, and eventually your parents returned. You pulled open the fridge again, lingering in the frosty air for a moment or two before grabbing a bottle of ice-cold water and taking a long drink. It was a perfect, balmy summer afternoon, and you had decided to head outdoors and find something to do. You hadn't decided what that something was just yet, but you were sure something would pop up to occupy your time. Oh god, it's still going! You were heading out the front door, or as you were heading out the front door, you paused for a moment. You hadn't seen Cove since he had left that morning, and you couldn't help but think about what had happened to him. Would it be bad to go over to his house right now, or to call him to check in? You stepped out of your house, still stuck in an internal debate with yourself, when a voice caught your attention.
Hi.
Hi, Diana! Confused, you looked over to where an unrecognizable woman was waving at you, a friendly smile plastered on her face. You racked your memory for where you might have seen her before, but nothing came to mind. Not your school, or from the country club your mom took you to. You had absolutely no idea who the woman was. The woman crossed the road towards you, and you were a little unsure whether you should stay put or go back into the house and lock the door. Oops, I'm sorry, was I presumptuous? I've heard about you, but you have no idea who I am, do you? You shook your head, and she removed her sunglasses to reveal sparkly ocean blue eyes. All of a sudden, she seemed a little more familiar. My son lives here, and my ex too. With a bent smile, she lifted a hand to point at the condo across the street from your own house. She was Cove's mom! Hi, Kyra. I love Kyra. She's a good. And also, I'm very gay. You didn't know why you hadn't realized sooner, now that you'd gotten a good look at her. She was super pretty. This beautiful lady was Cove's mother? Wow. No matter your thoughts on her, you still felt taken aback that she had appeared here so suddenly. Cove mentioned she was coming, but you hadn't gotten the impression it would be the very next day. She extended a hand again, this time for you to take, and you studied the manicured fingers in front of your face and the assortment of bracelets that dangled from her wrist. I'm Kyra Priest. You can call me Kyra. You shook her hand. You reached out and took her hand, and she shook yours firmly, grinning wide. I'm Diana, but you already know that.
That I do.
Kel has mentioned you to me before. It's nice to officially meet you, Diana. Cove talked to you about his mom. He hadn't mentioned how he said things about you to her. Nice meeting you too. She smiled at you fondly, her eyes crinkling at the corners. The sound of a door opening and closing caught both your attentions. And when you turned towards the sound, it was to find Cove exiting his house, his eyes skimming the ground. Considering how tall he had grown, you kind of figured his mom also would have been tall. But she was much more on the short side, for an adult anyways. Cove's eye must have come from his father.
My baby.
There you are. I thought you were going to keep me standing out here all day. You tried to catch Cove's eye as he walked towards you, but his gaze was firmly fixed on the sidewalk. After he finally crossed the road and looked up, he gave you a pitiful look. After the way he had acted last night, you knew he must be feeling pretty mixed up about this. You tried wordlessly to express that you understood. Cove and I are heading into town to grab something to eat while the snore is at work. Kyra beamed at Cove and ruffled his hair, which only seemed to upset him more. You assumed the snore she was talking about was Mr. Holden. Yeah, that descriptor fits Cliff. Hey, you should come with us, Diana. I'd love to get to know you better. Yeah, you should come. There was a pleading in his tone that you couldn't miss. Of course, we'll run it by your parents first. Responsibility and all that.
Any whoosies.
It'll give me an excuse to meet them, which I need to do at some point. It's important to be neighborly if I'm going to be roosting on the street for the time being. Any whoosies, let's go. I love Kyra. It's a shame she's straight. Or at least, presumably straight. We only find out about her being formerly interested in Cliff and possibly find out about her maybe having a thing with a guy much later on. Anyway, Kyra walked ahead towards your house and you hung back with Cove, who crinkled his nose as he watched her.
Sorry.
I'm sorry about her, but I really do want you to come. I don't want it to be just the two of us. Not right now. You leaned in closer and whispered while checking around for anyone who might hear. What happened? Did your dad know you were gone? Cove shook his head and sighed heavily. Dad was so focused on Mom showing up they didn't even notice. I thought when I heard them on the phone last night it was something they were planning for the future. This morning Dad said it was supposed to be a surprise, and I guess I was surprised! She's gonna be here all summer! Oh! You were surprised to hear that too. Cove sighed again, even heavier. I'll go with you if you really want me to. He smiled, his shoulders relaxing a little in relief. Thanks, that'd be cool. The two of you headed over to where Cove's mom had just knocked on your front door and stood behind her. Mom answered the door after a minute, her eyebrows lifting in surprise at the group she found in front of her. You realized that, like you, she would have no idea that it was Cove's mom who was hanging out with you. However, after blinking at the woman a couple times and looking between her and Cove, the realization seemed to strike on her. Hello there, I'm Pamela.
I see.
I see you've met my kid Diana, and I'm guessing that you've already known Cove for a while. Kyra laughed, and you and Cove exchanged looks as your parents' weird sense of humor. Oh, come on, that was kind of a cute joke. I'm Kyra Priest, Cove's mom. It's so nice to meet you. A head of purple-brown hair caught your eye as Ma popped up behind Mom, squeezing herself in beside her. We have company. I was wondering what all the commotion was. She grinned excitedly at Kyra. The two of them introduced themselves and shook hands.
Hello.
Hi, Diana, Cove. Cove smiled at Ma shyly, and she gestured a hand towards the living room. There's no use hanging around in the doorway. Why don't you come in? I'd love to, but I promised to take my son out to eat, and I wouldn't want to hold you up with a surprise visit. Aw, I understand. You're welcome to stop by any time.
Of course.
I'll take you up on the offer when I can. Count on it. Would you mind too much if Diana went with Cove and I? My treat. We won't be driving, just a quick walk down the road. Right down. Bye-bye. Sure, that sounds nice.
Have fun.
I hope you all have fun. You gave your moms a look and they smiled at you fondly. Excuse me. You were happy they were letting you go. You could only tell that you could tell that Cove really needed the support and you were ready to be there for him.
Marvelous.
Expect us back in an hour or two. We look forward to seeing you again. Take care. Your parents waved goodbye to the three of you as you backed up onto the street. There was a sound at the front door closing behind you. I'm pretty positive I saw some restaurants when I was in the taxi not too far from here.
Yeah.
There's a lot of them around. The answer was straightforward and the tone was curt. Cove was usually more lighthearted than that. Kyra put her hands on her hips and smiled at her son.
Well,
Excuse me. You sound like the area expert. Do you have any recommendations for a place nearby? Not really. Kyra pouted at him a little and turned to you instead. How about you, Diana? Want to point me in the right direction? Sure, I have a couple of favorites. You've been to a lot of places in town, and there were a couple that stood out from all the rest. There's a Chinese restaurant that me and my family go to all the time. It's my mom's favorite. There's also a tropical theme to a place that tries to be sort of fancy. Both sound like a treat. I'll leave it to you to pick for us, since Cove is going through a phase over there. He huffed at her and turned his face away. Cove! You insisted Cove contribute to the decision. It's okay, Cove. Tell us what you want more. He mumbled sulkily, willing to reject his mom, but not you. I like a tropical place more. That's what I would have gone for, too. With 2 votes in favor of one restaurant, it seemed like it was settled. We can go there.
thank you.
Thank you, Diana. Will you show us the way? You nodded, taking the lead of your little group as Cove and his mom followed behind you. Together, the three of you left the neighborhood behind. Man, I haven't even gotten to select a moment yet. I've been going for an hour, almost 2. The walk was about 15 minutes, and along the way, Kyra asked a lot of questions about the area. Cove was quiet most of the time, so you ended up answering her questions instead. Kyra explained that she lived in a large city, and she loved how peaceful and relaxing everything seemed in Sunset Bird. The restaurant was busy as usual, but luckily you were shown right to a small table. Kyra lowered herself into the chair while Cove picked the one diagonal to her, not facing her or to her side. It was awkward. Yeah! Let's see. To start, what would you all like to drink? I'll get an orange soda.
Noted.
Diana? Soda. Which flavor? What? No strawberry soda? This is the worst selection of sodas ever. No strawberry soda. Harumph. Fine then. I go with milk. Which type? Strawberry. Sure. Kyra placed the order for your drinks, getting a black hot coffee for herself. Excuse me. And it didn't take long before they were brought to the table and set in front of you. You took a long sip of your drink as you looked around the restaurant. Your small group checked over the menus, deciding what to order. Last time you came here, the dish you ordered was amazing. You wanted to order something different this time. Kara and Cove didn't need any encouragement for this. They were totally focused on the information in front of them. Soon the meals too were ordered and the menus taken away. You glanced at the table surface, waiting to figure out what to say. Cove sunk back further into his seat and avoided eye contact. He started to twiddle his thumbs while acting like all this was perfectly normal. His sour feelings today were unignorable. Instead of asking more open questions he'd brush off, Kyra had mercy on her son and instead put her focus towards you. So Diana, what's a few things that you're into? There's gotta be something you do for fun, especially now that you're not buried in these school assignments. I like to read fiction novels. Me too, nothing beats curling up with a good book. And comic books. Oh, just like Cove's daddy back in the day. Manga. I haven't heard of that style, but I'm sure it's very good. What a parent. Poetry. Sophisticated beyond your years, I see. I'm not much for nonfiction or magazines. I like to watch movies. Kyra nodded her head and you guessed she must like that too. And TV. It's pretty addicting when you find a good series, isn't it? That's why I've been watching Kamen Rider since... God, January of 2008? I've been watching Kamen Rider for a long-ass time. Even through the lows like Ghost. I do enjoy getting to see a good Shakespeare performance every now and then. That's very interesting that you like plays. And I hang out with people. Hey, it's nice to have friends and family to spend time with. Music. So, there are a couple of instruments on here that I've wanted to learn how to play in the past, but sadly I don't actually know any instruments. That said, I do still want to learn guitar. I play the guitar. I'm getting really good at it. I listen to a lot of it. I have an MP3 player at home that my mom helped me put some music on. And I've seen some concerts. Awesome! And games are fun. I like to play video games. I don't know much about them. Maybe you can show me sometime. I mean, I did mention earlier in the stream going to Friday Night Magic, and Toga tearing the freaking room apart and shuffling all this crap around my side of the bedroom floor. I like card games too. Maybe we can all play together sometime. Oh, Kyra, you have no idea what kind of games I play. And I go to the beach and swim. You must be a strong swimmer since you live so close to the ocean. I find the water a little scary, but I still like to dip my toes sometimes. Look for seashells. I keep the best ones I find for my collection. I'm sure it's an incredible collection. Walk along the shore. It's a nice way to relax. I hope to be able to spend some time on the shore while I'm here myself. And I do not like sports. I spend time on art, visiting galleries. I like looking at other people's art, but we only have a small gallery here. I hope one day I can travel to all the big ones. And you know, I used to sketch when I was at this age. Drawing. I filled out a lot of sketchbooks. And I write things. A fellow writer! Writing is a great form of expression, don't you think? Kyra sighed wistfully, her eyes going soft. I still spend my time studying. Studying is summer, I have to admit, I don't know a lot of people who enjoy that, but hard work is the key to getting what you want in life. I mean, I do it recreationally. I started teaching myself about quantum mechanics before I started getting a bit in over my head. Like, oh god, like 8 years ago? Fashion. Clothes. Understandable. I just love the way fashion lets you express yourself no matter who you are. I love jewelry. Ah yes, it's hard to resist those little shiny treasures. She lifted her wrist as she spoke, jingling the many bracelets that were hanging around it. I'm actually not too into shoes or makeup. I still don't know how to actually apply makeup. And I'm fucking 30. And I'm really into Cove. Kyra let out a silent laugh and Cove gasped beside you. It was a dramatic enough inhale that he almost choked on his soda. You shrugged at the reaction. It was a truthful answer to the question. Diana! Cove whispered at you disapprovingly, obscuring part of his face with a hand, but Kyra only waved him off and encouraged you to go on. We spend time together when we can. I like it. Well, we have something in common. Kyra smiled at Cove, who didn't look too impressed by either of you at the moment. And you didn't say anything else. I'm happy to learn more about you. There's so much I hadn't heard. Cove leaves the details out. So what exactly did Cove say about me? Kyra laughed, holding a hand in front of her mouth. I can't tell you that. I didn't come all this way to embarrass my son. Too much. Kids are delicate at this age. She laughed again, and you glanced at Cove to see his reaction. He was trying not to pay attention, but you could tell he was uncomfortable. Hoping it would clear some of the tension in the air, you decided to ask Kyra a few questions of your own. Cove hadn't told you much about her, and you were curious to know even more about this one who was such a big part of his life. What exactly do you do for work? I'm a travel writer for magazines and things. I keep people in the loop on what's worth seeing. It's good work. Wow. What do you like to do? Spend time with my little boy, of course. And traveling. A real shock, huh? Where do you live normally? Nevada. Have you ever been there? You shake your head. It's a beautiful place. Check it out if you can. Are you in a new relationship now? Kyra brushed the question off lightly. Not at present. Not asking that last question! You couldn't bring yourself to ask another question. It didn't seem to bother her that the conversation dropped off. Cove sipped his soda angrily, slurping up the remaining drink with furrowed brows. He looked ready to run straight out of the restaurant. You weren't sure if he coming along had ended up making lunch better or worse. You made a silly face at him. You stared at Cove until he glanced at you in annoyance. Then you lifted your nose with a finger and poked out your tongue. It took a couple of moments, but finally he cracked a smile, and that made you feel a little lighter inside.
Very cute.
You two seem really cute together. Cove covered his face with his hands and leaned back in his seat.
Seriously?
Mom, why would you say that? You blushed. Were the two of you really cute together? Ah, youthful innocence. Your meals were delivered shortly after that, and everything was so delicious even Cove enjoyed his food.
Okay.
Alright, now that we're all full and content, can you explain, please, why you've had a bug up your butt all day? Cove's face scrunched at that. Seriously, babe, what did Mom do to make you this mad? I haven't even been around a full day yet. He gripped the edge of the table, refusing to make eye contact. The words he spoke were barely audible over the din of the restaurant. You could have told me. She leaned forward to not miss anything else, eyebrows raised. Told you what? He finally seemed to find his voice and spoke the thought that had been on his mind. That I wasn't going to visit you this year, that you were going to be coming instead. Didn't you invite me? You wanted me here with you? His eyes began to shake and his frustration ebbed. I do want you to be around, but I didn't know it'd be like this. It's not the same and nobody said anything.
I see.
Her expression grew tense. She threaded her fingers together and placed her hands in front of her on the table. We've both been gifted another Clifford surprise. Referring to that as a Clifford surprise almost caused both you and Cove to crack a smile. You had no idea his name wasn't just Cliff. Over 5 years, nobody had ever called him Clifford until now. She smoothed her hair out, not letting go her stern look. The more things change, the more they stay the same. They let out identical sighs, but smiled weakly at one another afterwards.
I'm sorry.
I can go home, Cove. We can still set up a normal trip to my place before the summer ends. Cove's lips tightly closed together. He seriously pondered the option.
I mean...
I think I do want you to stay. I miss it when you're not there. My heart. She reached over the gap, grabbed his face, and planted a kiss on his cheek. Cove tried to wiggle away. Mom, stop! I'm sorry. Sweet young men need to be smooched by their parents. If I don't, they'll take away my mom license. Cove... Kyra was completely enthused by Cove's admission, though a tone of seriousness did return to her voice when the conversation continued. Do you want to talk to your dad too?
No.
Cove had snapped the word instantly, but reeled his annoyance back and needed just as quickly. Maybe later, not today.
It's alright.
I understand. We can shelve it. Thanks, Mom. Thank you for talking to me, little mister. Aww. She grinned affectionately at him before turning your way. And thank you, Diana. Huh? What did I do? It's easy to act like a baby with your mom. It's hard to keep that up with your neighbor washing everything. Especially when you really care about what said neighbor thinks of you. She winked. Mom? She just ruffled his hair with a laugh, then moved her hand down to tap the end of his nose. And that was how the issue was resolved, at least between Cove and his mom. When the three of you left the restaurant and Kyra had paid the bills, you walked back to your neighborhood slowly. You had eaten so much by that time, you were beginning to feel sleepy. Didn't help that the lunch had happened late, and the sun was already beginning to descend from the sky. But eventually, you reached your street. Someone was there to greet your group upon arrival. Welcome back, family, and Diana too. Cliff. Dad. The two walked past him into the condo without sparing another word. Despite the summer heat, their shoulders were cold. Okay, that was a bit of clever writing, I'll give you that one. Uh-oh, I'm in trouble. He rubbed the back of his neck with a crooked smile, but his eyes were soft as he looked on after them. He's so much like his mom, don't you think? You gave a vague nod, not sure what he was expecting you to do. He nodded back far more energetically. Okay, have a nice night, Diana. You too, Mr. Holden. With that, Cove's dad disappeared to join the others inside. It was your turn to go home now. Summer hadn't started off at all how you imagined it would have, though it turned out to set the tone well. Having Kyra in the neighborhood was a new experience, for not only you and Cove, but both your families as well, and a dull moment was rarely had. 2 hours! And I finally get to... Right, my cursor shows up if I use it. 2 hours and I finally get to the freaking moment select screen. I swear by the time we get to Act 3, if this pattern keeps up, we'll be done with the stream before we get to the moment select screen for the first time. Save here real quick. I need to go refill my water bottle from all the fucking talking I've been doing. My throat's getting graspy. Excuse me. As evidenced by that. I'll be back in 20 minutes, because it's been 2 hours. Might as well do the one break routine that I do sometimes. I'll be back in 20. Go take a bio break if you need it. Stretch. Grab a snack or a drink. And I will see you all back in a little over a quarter of an hour. We're back! Yay! And a Sammy has shown up in chat. Oh no, whatever will I do? However shall I react to having my cutiest cutie butt? Precious bunny rabbit. Hop. Adorable. So I like to pick this one, growing, first for step 2. For reasons that will become obvious. Early one afternoon, you found yourself in the living room with your family. It was another one of those summer days where it felt too hot to go outside, but it was too uncomfortable to do anything inside either. The air conditioner was cranked up as far as you could negotiate it, but everyone was still being pretty lazy. You, your moms, and sister were lounging around while the TV blared on in the background, ignored by all of you. You specifically were draped over the coffee table, because it's weird. The service had been nice and cool to the touch at first, but now your skin was sticking to it. Ew. Excuse me. Elizabeth broke the silence with a loud groan. You glanced over. She was lying on her back over the couch, massaging her calf with one hand.
Ugh.
I feel terrible. I'm dying in this house and my legs hurt. Mom looked up from the magazine she'd barely been flipping through and frowned, concerned. Could you have strained them somehow? Elizabeth flailed briefly, then flopped onto her side with a heavy sigh. I don't know, it just hurts.
Sweetie.
Oh, sweetheart. Ma got up from her seat at the kitchen table and walked over to your sister. She did a light pat on Elizabeth's shoulder sympathetically. I'm sorry you have to deal with that. Maybe it's growing pains. You could be taller by next fall. Elizabeth scoffed. She didn't look impressed by Ma's assessment. I'd rather be my height forever than deal with this. Mom walked over to, leaning against the back of the couch. Kids, they grow up so fast. Soon Elizabeth will have a home of her own, maybe even with a nice husband and some kids if she feels like it. She sniffled loudly and wiped at her eye, but you could tell that it was just a bit. You tilted your head. Even though you knew Elizabeth liked guys, it was hard to imagine her with a boyfriend or husband. She only seemed invested in hanging out with her group of friends, not chasing after boys. Mom must agree with you because she shook her head.
No.
Let's not exaggerate. She's still practically a child. But if you ever do pursue romance, Elizabeth, you can come talk to me about it. Definitely. We're always willing to lend an ear. Elizabeth's features contorted in disgust.
No.
No way, I'm not talking to my moms about that. Mom's jaw dropped and she gasped in an exaggerated display of shock. Her hand came up to rest against her chest. Ma only grinned. She didn't look offended by Elizabeth's quick response at all. It really wouldn't be so bad to come to us. I know what it's like to have a crush on a pretty boy or two. I don't, but I can listen anyway. Mom snorted at her own joke, while Ma burst into giggles. They were having a little too much fun at Elizabeth's expense. Elizabeth certainly wasn't feeling the amusement, because she rolled her eyes and sat up.
Thanks.
I'm going back to my room. I'd rather melt alone, thanks. She strode off towards the staircase, taking the steps two at a time. Your mom stared after her, then turned to each other with the raised eyebrows. Whoops. Looks like we scared her off with all that romance talk.
Well,
Oh well. We'll get her next time. You watched them titter with some surprise. Obviously your moms liked women, but you had no idea that Ma liked guys too. Today was the first time you'd heard her say anything like that. Yeah, close enough. Ma, I always thought you only liked ladies. Like guys too? Ma turned to you, happy to bring you into things now that you'd spoken up. First mistake. She smiled and nodded. That's right, I like both. But I like your mom most out of everyone. She's special. Ma's smile turned all soft in the corners like it usually did when she looked at her. She pinched Mom's cheek lightly. Mom reached up to cup a hand over Ma's. Even when Ma stopped pulling her cheek, their hands remained clasped together.
you're fantastic.
Thanks, Lonnie. I think most women have charm, but no one could hold a candle to you. Oh, my gay little heart.
Oh,
Aw, Pamela. Ma beamed, then kissed Mom on the cheek she'd been pinching before. You thought the moment was very sweet. You smiled to yourself at the sight. No matter how often your moms expressed their feelings for each other, it was always nice to witness it. Ma looked back to you, letting Mom's hand go with a brief squeeze. She settled you down next to you and Mom followed soon after. You know, I'm also here to listen to you whenever you're ready. That offer isn't just for Elizabeth. In fact, I think that talk might be needed sooner for you. After all, you already have someone, isn't that right? Mom shook her head and elbowed Ma, but it was futile. Meddler. You blushed fiercely. Ma only giggled and smiled, not looking the least bit apologetic. There's no rush, of course. You can take all the time you need to figure out what or who you want.
it's okay.
Don't think you have to stick with whatever you come up with right now, either. Life's nice like that. It can change, and you can learn. Mom nodded her agreement. The two of us are happy to hear you out, and we may be able to relate better than you think. Still, we won't push the topic, at least most of the time. She gave Ma the weakest, scathing look possible while being unable to stop grinning. You nodded silently. You weren't sure what to say to that. Mom let out another exaggerated sniffle. It didn't take a genius to realize it was fake. First Elizabeth and now you, Diana. Do you have to grow up? Yes, children tend to do that from time to time. Your parents quickly grew absorbed in their conversation about rearing kids. You took that as your cue to leave, getting up so you could spend some time alone in your room too. They let you go without problem, so you made your way up the stairs. You let out a sigh once you stepped into your room. It was just as sweltering in there as it was in the living room, possibly even a little warmer. Yeah, heat rises. You couldn't even open your window since it was hotter outside and you just let the AC out. You dragged your feet across as you crossed the room. You checked your current sweltering condition in the mirror as you passed by it. You thought back to the conversation you'd had downstairs about growing up and all that. After a moment, you stepped a bit closer to the mirror. You stared into it, then turned away from the surface to look down at yourself. You were definitely growing alright. It was weird thinking about how you were now in comparison to what you've been when you were younger. When it came to your body, it was chubby. So yeah, hiding important character details like that behind one of the moments. This happens again in step 3. Thankfully, it looks like the second Our Life game, at least judging by the demo, may not hide all of this important stuff behind moments. Because there's a lot more that is going to get brought up here. That the demo, at least for now and forever, seems to include. Like, as part of the initial character customization. You shifted to the side, your head still facing forward, and continuing the self-evaluation from this viewpoint. You were assigned male at birth, and what you were born as impacted the way your body grew, but it wasn't what really determined who you were. Another thing that you can pick. You can also pick a nickname for yourself in the second game, or at least in the demo for it. I'm going to have to play that demo on stream once I finish this one. Because I am very much looking forward to that second game. Your chest was flat by birth, but you aimed to have breasts through hormone therapy. You were young right now and had a body that was still developing, though you were hopeful about the future. You took a step backwards, finished with your impromptu inspection. You locked eyes with your reflection, cocking your head to the side. All things considered, you just wanted to look different than you did. You broke eye contact with your reflection, your gaze falling to your feet. You shook your head roughly, putting thoughts of what you were really turning into out of your mind. This wasn't the time to focus on such things. You had to find something to do in this heat. You shuffled over to your bed, collapsing onto the mattress, your brows scrunched up in thought. Time passed slowly, and to your annoyance, possible ideas about what to do were few and far between. You weren't sure how long it had been, but eventually you heard your mom call you from downstairs. Diana, there's a call for you. Cove wants to come over. Is that alright? You perked up and she the words, sitting up in bed. You yelled it back to her immediately. Yeah! You got to your feet and headed downstairs, eager to see your friend. Friend, in quotation marks. You need to go downstairs soon anyway, because your empty stomach told you it was almost time for lunch. Oh no! More food choices! Oh, I'm going to be so hungry by the time I'm done. Just as you reached the bottom of the stairs, you saw Mom put the phone back on the receiver. She glanced at Ma, leaning her hip against the kitchen counter.
What a pickle.
Well, here comes trouble. We better prepare ourselves. Ma clicked her tongue in clear disapproval of Mom's words. He's such a good boy. Cove never wants to cause trouble. He can just be a bit thoughtless and impulsive. Oh, I know, he's very sweet, but that's what makes it more of a problem. If a stranger or some kid from school was egging Diana on to behave badly, I think we can both agree that she'd do the right thing in the end. What if Cove Holden got into a reckless mood and wanted Diana to be part of the ride? Can we really be certain of what call she'd make then? I mean, there was that time when we started running away together, and I was like, wow, we're really far. I'm gonna go back and get my mom's.
Yes.
Yes, we can, Pamela. Cove would do whatever Cove wanted. Wait, did I say Cove twice there, or did I actually say my name? ADHD! Ah!
Lonnie.
Your ma giggled freely at Mom's reaction. You worry too much about those two together. Look, all I'm saying is that I haven't forgotten that time when they were kids and tried to run away together. Ma just laughed. As she turned away, still snorting, her eyes met yours. She blinked in surprise, then waved at you with an easy grin. Mom looked you over, noticing you at the foot of the stairs as well. Whoops! Oh, I didn't expect you to come down already, Diana. I just wanted to let you know what was happening. You called Mom out on her comment. Well, if I hadn't come now, then I wouldn't have heard everything you said.
Pam.
Ooh, you got caught, Pam.
What?
You were saying things too. I didn't say anything I wouldn't have told Diana directly. Oh, you're unbelievable. You shook your head at your parents, even as you fought a blush when you remembered just what they'd been discussing. Alright, you got me. I'm sorry for being gossipy and saying that about your friend. I can be bad too.
Let's go.
We'll get out of your way now. Mom sighed in mock defeat and made her way down the hall. Ma followed after her with a hushed giggle. Ah, the moms are so precious. I love them so much. Now you are alone in the living room, tasked with waiting for Cove. And that was just fine with you. If it hadn't been so hot outside, you would have visited him at his house a long time ago. You took a seat at the kitchen counter and settled in for the wait. As expected, there was a knock on the door a few minutes later. When you got up and answered it, your neighbor was standing on the other side. He came in once you stepped aside to let him pass, giving a little wave. You greeted him as you typically did. With a hug. Because I am very physically affectionate. He stiffened in your arms, then relaxed seconds after. One would think he'd be used to your hugs after all these years. Hey. His voice was cracked, and he struggled to say something. You didn't feel worried about that. It was how he usually reacted when you were close by. Ah. Cove sighed and wiped at his face a bit. You noted the sheen of sweat across his brow. He must be glad to be back in an air-conditioned place. even if he only had to walk across the street to get here. Is something going on? Why did you want to come over? Excuse me. I don't want to do anything. Not when it's like this. He gestured vaguely to the humid air hanging around.
So...
I thought I could at least do nothing with you. You thought that was really sweet. His words were nice and expressed real fondness for you in a strange sort of way, which was usually the case with Cove. Yeah. Have you had lunch yet? I was gonna do it soon. He shook his head.
Not really.
I haven't really felt like eating because of the heat. I probably should have lunch. I didn't have breakfast this morning. Great, we can eat lunch together. Cove nodded, looking content with your suggestion. Okay, cool. As one, you headed into the kitchen. You crossed your arms as you glanced around, wondering what you should scrounge up for a meal. I don't want to eat anything that's warmed up. Is there anything cold or not cooked? Yeah? After a bit of back and forth, the two of you concluded that you should raid the fridge and cabinet in order to make sandwiches. With that settled, you planned to decide on the outside layers first. There was a wide variety to choose from since everyone in your house had their own favorites. Excuse me. There was white bread, wheat bread, sourdough, mixed grains, gluten-free bread, and pita pockets.
Hey.
Could you take the grain one for me? Sure. You reached for the mixed grains, then made your decision. White bread! I don't care if it's basically sugar bread. Heck, all y'all who hate on white bread. You pulled out the white bread too, setting both items on the counter. Then you had to decide what main direction the sandwich would go in. Oh, can't I mix both? Something sweet would be perfect in this sweltering heat. As for the specific ingredients, strawberry jam, actual strawberries. Excuse me. And you know what? Grape jelly. That was everything. You nodded to yourself with a quiet hum, satisfied. The two of you bustled around the kitchen, opening and closing things in order to collect everything you needed for your individual sandwiches. You focused intently on assembling your own, for the most part. When you were close to being done, though, you glanced over at your neighbor. Cove was putting his sandwich together delicately, his brow furrowed and tongue sticking out just barely. Nip. There were open jars of peanut butter and honey near his plate, as well as a banana peel. Peanut butter and honey? Hashtag no thanks. Or rather, hashtag nah. He was making a peanut butter, banana, and honey sandwich on mixed grain bread. It seemed weird. You would have done at least some things differently. Curiosity satiated, you turned back to your plate and finished your own creation. By the time you were done, Cove had already cleaned up his workstation. He turned to face you, studying your sandwich briefly. A small smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. You guess it didn't look inedible to him, at least. Done? Yeah.
Cool.
He waited as you quickly returned to the ingredients and cleaned up a few utensils. Then, the two of you collected your respective plates. You both agreed on heading upstairs to hang out in your room. You and Cove entered your bedroom while balancing your food on the plates. Nothing fell, so it was a successful trip. Cove took a seat on the ground, stretching out on the hardwood floor in an attempt to keep a bit cooler. He immediately took a big bite of his sandwich, chewed, then hummed happily. The sandwich is really good. At least that's something. At this point, you sat down and started on your own sandwich. You nodded. You were enjoying yours too. With how much strawberry I put on it, how could I not? Ugh. Obviously, you were a pro at making sandwiches. He leaned back on his hands while chewing and glanced around. His every movement was sluggish. Want to do something? It seemed the plan of not doing anything at all had already worn thin despite his lack of enthusiasm. Yeah. Like what? He rolled his head back, looking up at the ceiling. What about Hangman? You laughed at the suggestion, but went along with it. You put your plate to the side and pulled out some markers and scrap paper. As you laid everything on the floor, he scooted back to make more room in front of you. Cove picked up one of the markers with his right hand, while keeping a half slice of sandwich in his left.
That's,
Can I pick the phrase? Go ahead, I don't mind. He smiled briefly before he bent over the paper and began sketching the hangman frame. Then he stopped, pursing his lips in thought. He tapped the end of his Z marker against his cheek. You watched silently as Cove looked down at the paper, up at your face, then off to the side in a loop. His marker kept tapping his cheek the entire time. You raised an eyebrow. He suggested the game and wanted to pick the phrase, but it looked like he didn't actually have anything in mind for it. Oh, I wouldn't be so sure of that. Finally, he put empty lines on the paper to signify spots for letters. Alright, you can start guessing. You peered over. His secret phrase consisted of 3 words. The first 2 had 3 letters and the last had 4. So, even the first time I went through this scene, I immediately knew what the phrase was. You thought hard about what your first guess would be. Enter a letter. Y. You got one. After the first round, you were about to take another bite of your sandwich when a thought occurred to you. I wonder if anyone turned off the TV downstairs. The TV. It was on earlier, but no one was really watching. Then everyone started leaving the living room. I know I didn't turn it off. It might still be on downstairs with no one there. Cove smiled crookedly at that.
Oh.
Poor show, playing with no one around to enjoy it. What was it? You squinted off into the middle distance, trying to recall the show's name. I feel like it was some kind of crime-solving drama. Cove nodded sleepily. His eyes closed, then opened again with some effort. Can you give any specifics? Maybe I can guess it. Well, rest your chin again on your open palm, groggily thinking as hard as he could. I remember there was a woman with long blonde hair, I think. She was the one solving crimes, like as a detective or something. There were scenes in a police station. Someone got arrested? You lapsed into silence, the both of you thoughtful, then Cove chuckled. It wasn't that funny, but you joined in the laughter anyway.
I don't know.
I don't know what that is. Me neither, and I just saw it. Oh, good guess. Another round came and went, and Cove grumbled as he readjusted himself. His features were twisted in a grimace. I feel so sticky. Ugh, I'm gonna be stuck to this floor forever now. You can be my new roomie if you want. He smiled slightly at your joking suggestion. That wouldn't be so bad. You couldn't help but smile too. Now that you thought about it, being roommates with Cove would be fun. Then you returned to the game. You. Yep, that's right. Cove spoke up once more, catching your attention. He was peering down at the piece of paper between you, his expression thoughtful. You know, Hangman is kind of a creepy game. Why do people come up with it? Why do they play it? I'll have to look it up later.
Maybe.
Maybe I'll do that too. That said, the two of you turned your attention back to the game. That's another one. By this point, Cove had finished his sandwich. Yours was almost gone too, but now you were getting thirsty. You brought it up to your neighbor. Excuse me. Sorry about that. Adjusting my seat viciously. Ah! Should we go downstairs and get some drinks? I was thinking that too, but I don't really want to get up. Me neither. You looked over at him, narrowing your eyes with false suspicion. But hey, what happened to you not being able to get up ever again because you were stuck to the floor? That's still true. I mean, we're not actually going, are we? I hadn't thought about it. You rolled your eyes and dropped the issue, defeated. Cove grinned a little at your disappointment over his victory. He's a very silly boy. You're really close. Yeah? You're definitely gonna get it. You are Cube. No, sorry, I'm gonna start adding the little person. I can't think of any other actual words to get around this that don't, like, use letters I haven't already said. By which I mean that don't use R. You are cute. That was the phrase Cove had spent so long selling on. You stared at it. A few correct letters in, you had a feeling you knew what the phrase was. I knew before any letters were guessed. And not just because I've done this before. I knew before I even guessed the very first time. 'Cause boy is obvious. Still, you felt butterflies in your stomach at seeing it clear as day on the paper. You took in the words for a moment longer, then you looked up at Cove. He had trouble meeting your shocked gaze, a smile settling awkwardly on his lips. His next words left him in a mumble.
I mean...
It was all I could think of at the time. This boy is too precious. I want him to hurry up and get close to my age. Excuse me. You covered your face bashfully. Suddenly you had trouble meeting his eyes too. Your hands came up to hide your flushed features from his sight. You just let out a small squeak. Cove smiled a bit more, clearly still feeling awkward about the move he pulled. He turned away from you, his cheeks tinted pink. A moment passed between the two of you. Now would be the perfect time to change the subject, but you didn't. He didn't either. Things started feeling a bit more personal all of a sudden. You looked into Cove's ocean eyes and saw yourself staring back. Did you mean it? Did you really think I'm cute? Cove didn't crack a smile or tell you he was joking. He just firmly kept his gaze. Yeah. Finally, he broke the eye contact. I've heard at some point you're supposed to start liking types of people. Guys or girls or whoever.
I don't know.
I haven't really noticed that yet. Nothing's changed. Not in a big way. Not for everybody. Maybe I have to grow up more. But at least with... You waited, but he trailed off. He wasn't going to keep talking. You frowned a little disappointed. You wished that he had continued with what he was saying. You shook off the strangeness of the situation and tried to be supportive. Maybe you just don't like anybody. Or maybe you like all types of people. That's normal too. Cove seemed to appreciate that thought, if the smile that appeared on his lips was any indication. But the expression was quick to disappear. He peered over at you, looking nervous. Okay, what about you? What kind of guy or person do you like? He winced and seemed to be mentally kicking himself for saying it like that. He considered his question carefully. Did you know who or what you liked? Okay, so this is asking if a person is allosexual or on the ace spectrum. And if they're on the ace spectrum, like a general sort of or more, yeah, a more specific sort of where without actually being too specific. So that's really good. Again, something that probably shouldn't be hidden behind a moment, which you can skip. You don't have to do every single moment like I did with step 1. You can just finish a step without doing any moments. So the fact that this important setting up who your character is type stuff is hidden behind a moment, which is totally possible to just not do, I feel like it shouldn't be that way. And I guess the devs kind of agreed, because again, in the demo for the second game, it seems like that's something you start setting up during the intermissions. Excuse me. You were starting to have physical attraction in a general way. Kind of. My sexuality is a little complicated. It's like I have general sapphic physical attraction, but do not want to get physically involved with the women I am attracted to and the NBs who are femme enough for my tastes. I'm going to select, you only seem to feel physical attraction in specific cases and situations, because for a while I thought I was demisexual, where you only feel physically attracted to people that you've known for long enough to realize this person clicks enough with me that I have romantic feelings for them. I'm sexually interested in them. Excuse me. You were starting to have romantic attraction in a general way. You only seem to feel romantic attraction in specific cases and situations. Didn't think you'd tell if you had an interest in people romantically, or there was only one person you would ever had romantic feelings for. Wink. General romantic attraction. But specifically, when it came to how you felt towards boys, You weren't physically interested, but you'd be happy to have a romantic relationship with a guy. Which is true. And how you felt towards girls. You found them attractive. You thought you'd be happy to be with a girl someday. For people who aren't exclusively male or female? Hmm. Hmm. You found them attractive, but you hadn't thought about being with someone non-binary. You returned your attention to Cove. He was waiting patiently for your response. You explained how you felt to Cove. He listened intently, taking in every word as you tried to convey how you felt. He definitely perked up a bit when you mentioned having some interest in romantic relationships. It was nice to have people who supported you when it came to who you liked. But you still wondered what he thought about who you were. Hey, what do you think about how I am? I'm not the people gender thought I was when I was first born. Oh. You held your breath as Cove processed what you asked.
It's nice.
I think everyone is different when it comes to how they are, and they're different in different ways. It's nice. It was a very simple statement, but you felt good hearing it all the same.
Are you okay?
What are you thinking about it? I mean, are you okay? He leaned a bit closer and peered into your face. It seemed that your question might have made Cove start to worry about you. I mean, I didn't actually know I was a girl back then, but I'm already dedicated to the part, so... I did kind of feel like something didn't fit right, though. You couldn't bring yourself to answer. Look of concern remained on Cove's face, but he didn't pry. It's okay, you don't have to say anything if you don't want to. Sorry for asking. You hugged him. When you wrapped your arms around his neck, he reciprocated easily by hugging you tightly around the back. Soon the heat made it unbearable to continue, but it comforted you all the same. Then he scratched the back of his head sheepishly. I'm not really sure how we ended up talking about all this when we started out just playing Hangman, but it was good, I think. You nodded quietly. Cove chuckled a little bashfully. He glanced around, clearly scrambling for something else to say. So, have you gotten any new accessories or stuff recently? Yeah, actually, I'm really glad you brought it up. The conversation took a lighter turn after that, and it felt like you got closer that afternoon. Finally, the blazing sun began to set. To your relief, the air cooled down a bit as a result. You pulled yourself off the floor, as did Cove, with some minor complaint. You both stretched your arms, groaning, and yawned into your hands. You glanced out your window briefly, taking in the soft reds, pinks, and purples of the late afternoon sky. Somehow you made it through the scorching hot day in one piece. Cove turned towards you, motioning towards your window with his chin. Want to go outside? It might be better out there than it is here now. Sounds good. I could really use some fresh air. The two of you took your time heading downstairs. You stopped briefly to grab a drink of water, then continued on your way. You stepped outside, one after the other, your destination being the familiar hills behind your house. This time of day, it was quiet outside. The flowers blew gently in the wind, petals trembling, but stubbornly hanging in there. You felt the breeze cool your heated skin, and you relaxed your shoulders. Cove closed his eyes, releasing a deep breath. I really love it out here. Excuse me. I do too. Cove smiled. Tendrils of his hair danced in the wind. A beat passed, but his gaze didn't stray from your own. His voice was impossibly soft when he spoke up again.
Diana.
I'm glad I met you, Diana. You're really important to me, you know? You're being too sweet. To your surprise, he slowly shook his head. It's not sweet, it's just the truth. Then Cove reached over and held your hand without another word. Even as the sun disappeared completely and the sky darkened, you and Cove remained side by side for as long as you possibly could. Aww. What should we do now? Prayerfully one that's not too long or emotionally taxing. Let's go to the mall! Ah! Frog in my throat. Lee's visit today turned out to be more involved than you expected. After hearing where the Holden family was going, Lee insisted on seeing Mr. Holden's shop firsthand. An hour later, and Lee was busy looking at every item on display. Because Cove's dad offered supplies, lessons, and tours, his shop had all the scuba-related stuff you could imagine. Fins, masks, suits, and snorkels. After circling around the shop, you finally stopped and looked at the whole room. It wasn't often that you tagged along to hang out at the shop. You preferred it that way. It meant there was always something new to look at, even if it was just a layout change. You were excited to come today. Cove was just telling you the other day about the new wetsuits and how the material they were made out of was supposed to be a different blend than usual. This was your best chance to check them out. Leah was still busy poking through the various wetsuits displayed, so you decided to see what Derek and Cove were doing. They were too absorbed in their conversation to notice you standing near them, leaning against the counter. You were able to pick up the topic quickly.
Anyway,
My dad told me the new stuff is selling like crazy. Yeah, the material has this new blend with less neoprene. My dad says people are really interested in it. It brought a smile to your face hearing that the shop was doing well. You kept listening. It'd be rude to interrupt. It was interesting just to watch them speak about what they knew. But really, there's just so much to think about with a business. It's crazy. No matter how much I come, I still don't think I get it. Cove hummed and nodded in agreement, causing a good-humored laugh from Derek. I thought you only liked the scuba diving part, not the job part. That's just the best part. I think about other things too.
I gotcha.
Cool. The business side, running it, that's my favorite. Out of the corner of your eye, you caught movement, and you realized that Lee was now standing next to you. When your dad's retired, do you guys think you're going to carry on the store? Both sons shrugged in unison.
Well,
There's tons of things I could do. My dad thinks so too. He doesn't want me to plan on working here forever. Cove's gaze fell to the floor. You could see the conflict flashing across his face.
I don't know.
It's a lot being the real boss of something totally in charge. No matter what you both do, shop or no shop, you'll be amazing. Derek smiled in equal parts, happiness and bashfulness. He bounced on his feet a bit. Thanks, Diana. I'm happy you believe in us. Me too. Cove's parents left the back office and came over, catching your attention. Sorry, kids, it looks like it's going to be a long one. I know usually others hold the fort down, but I really need to stay here today. I know you just wanted a little visit. It'd be boring getting stuck all day because of me. Kyra can take my car and go back to the neighborhood. Cove and Derek gave him an understanding look. Mr. Holden crossed his arms and flashed you all a big smile, trying to lift the mood. The one condition is that somebody has to remember to come back for me later. You don't get to strand me here, no matter how funny that might be. Kyra laughed and gave a thumbs up. Mr. Holden seemed satisfied with that. He moved on with the explanation. Derek, your dad also has his hands full today, so he doesn't have time to run you back home.
it's okay.
That's alright, sir. The title Sir got an awkward chuckle out of Cliff, which was cut short when Kyra elbowed him teasingly.
What do you think?
You already said I could borrow your car. Why don't I take all the kids somewhere fun for the afternoon?
Absolutely.
That's fine with me. Just please come back eventually. Sometime today, Kyra. After multiple jokes about being left with no ride, you had to wonder if that had actually happened in their past together. For you, my good sir, I swear, cross my heart. Happy with the promise, Cliff took out his black wallet and offered a $50 bill to Kira. Kyra. I've been saying it Kyra this whole time, but it just slipped out as Kira just now. I think that actually works a bit better. I think it's just a spelling of Kira that I'm not familiar with. Maybe. I don't know, I could be full of it. Wouldn't be the first time. Here, in case you need gas or anything else while you're out. Kara smiled knowingly and accepted the bill without hesitation.
Thank you.
Cove's dad stuck the wallet into his back pocket while he waved with the free hand. This one conversation has seen my character refer to him by 3 different titles. or 3 different denominations. Whatever. 3 different things. Okay, time for me to jump back into work. Have fun for me. Bye, Dad. Bye. Bye, sir.
Bye.
Bye, Mr. Holden. Goodbye, sirs and madams. Excuse me. He left the room with a wink and flare, disappearing into the employees-only area of the shop. When Mr. Holden was out of sight, Kara silently strolled to the counter and carefully placed the $50 bill there. Excuse me. She turned back around and beamed a large smile at you and the others. Come on, gang, let's see if this town has a mall.
Yeah.
Unable to contain her excitement, Lee actually jumped with joy, while Cove and Derek just grinned. There wasn't a mall in your hometown, but Mr. Holden's store wasn't in Sunset Bird. It might be possible to find a mall out there. You felt pumped. Bookstore, 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 bookstore! Heck yeah! Let's go! Also cute clothes. She quickly herded the group out of the store into the car.
Cove.
As the driver, I get to choose my partner in crime. Naturally, I bestow the position of shotgun to my baby. Ah, I love this woman. Her comment, she had both the Derek and Lee snickering. Cove was for sure embarrassed over the phrasing and blatant favoritism, but he took the seat by his mom without complaint. You decide to stick up for Cove. Cove's not a baby. He can decide wherever he wants to sit. Cove ran a hand nervously through his hair. He was in the disbelief that you disagree with his parent like that. Diana, you're right. Cove's not a baby, but he will always be my baby. A precious baby boy. Aww. Kara turned to Cove. Her expression lit up just by looking at him, and he became even more awkward. I couldn't think of anyone better I'd want to sitting shotgun with me, but if he doesn't want to, he doesn't have to. I'll love him no matter what. I love this woman so much. I'm already here, I'll just stay. He still looked like he wanted to crawl out of his own skin. Unfortunately, your attempt to help backfired. Moms can be tricky that way. I'll take the middle seat. Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want a window seat. You two can have them. Are you cool with that? You thought it was odd that anyone would give up a window seat, but you knew Derek, he tried to be especially polite when he was a guest. You nodded.
Fantastic.
Good, sounds like we're all in agreement. Everyone squeezed in the car, buckling in, and Kara turned the radio on. She set it to a top 40s pop station. Ew. Ew. You asked if the radio station could be changed.
Of course.
That I can do. What kind of music are you thinking? No punk option. I do like classical, but I can understand some drivers being like, oh, all these rapid violin notes. Just it's stressing my heart out so much how frantic it is. My mom was like that the one time I tried to play classical music in the car. Excuse me. So, alternative. Yeah! Okay, we nodded.
Noted.
No problem, Diana. I got you. Kairos at the radio station, the radio to the station best suited to what you requested. With that said, the trip to the mall continued. It wasn't long until your group realized that they were lost. But after driving enough circles, Kyra's struggle paid off when she found the local mall. There were more cheers from Lee as Kyra pulled into a parking spot. Once your group made it inside, the first order of business on the trip was checking what this mall actually had. Where should we go? I think I see a makeup store up ahead. She rolled up on her tiptoes to get a better view. Meanwhile, Derek was eyeing the directory. There's a chocolate shop. Seriously, we have to go there. Yes. Wait, and we need to find a decent jewelry shop. I need new hair ties and barrettes.
Nice.
We've also gotta at least look for a game store. There's tons of things you can't get anywhere but a store that's just for video games. Hey, what are you thinking, Cove? I want to look at the fish in the pet store. You could have guessed that much. Anywhere else? He smiled with some bashfulness. Can we go to a camping and outdoor supplies shop?
So,
What about you, Diana? Clothing store, accessory shop, video games, chocolate, pet toys, food court, bookstore, art and supplies store. And it's all that really interested you. Actually, no, music stop. And that's all that really interested you. That's certainly a list. Good thing we have all afternoon. Yeah! I have my own stops I want to make. Let's agree to regroup here at 7 p.m.
What?
You're not coming with us? We're all in the same building. You won't be as alone as you think. I'll only be a few minutes away at most. You're old enough to enjoy them all without me hovering. Okay.
See you soon.
Be back here at 7 p.m. Toodaloo! Leaving Derek and Lee stunned by their newfound freedom, Kara walked off. When she was almost out of sight, Derek's face twisted in confusion. Wow, she's really gone. I can't believe she just did that. It's so cool, we get to do whatever we want! You were happy about it. Talk about an amazing opportunity. It really is exciting. With the decision already made, Derek tried to pull together his earlier enthusiasm for the trip. So where are we going first? Time's a wasting. Whatever's closest. Things were coming together, but you realize there might be a flaw in today's sudden plans. What's wrong, Diana? Did everyone bring money with them?
Yeah.
Yep,
yeah.
I did. I always have some on me when I come all the way out here. So, IRL, that last option is always always accurate. Always has been. And I'm too impulsive to be confident in that no longer being the case anytime in the near future. But I'm going to say that I have. My character had money. You had money too. Immediately, you felt better about the situation. It would have been a downer to not be able to even think about something at the mall because they. Alright. Because they didn't have money. The phrasing on that's a little weird, in my opinion. I'm good. Now that everything was squared away, you explored the mall together as a group. There were many shops that you managed to venture into so far. You all even went into a clothing store, leaving you with a pep in your step. This was better than you thought, and there was still so much to see. After having hit to many of the top priority stores, you found yourself passing by a small booth. It was decorated in wind chimes of various sizes. You raised a hand up to one of the smaller ones. What sparked your attention next was Cove. You thought for sure he was going to stop at the booth by the way he looked at it, but he kept going. Do you want one? It wasn't until Lee asked that you realized that you had stopped in front of the booth without saying anything. Lee just continued to encourage you. You should get one. You wanted one, but for someone else. They had caught your attention, though it was because it might make a nice gift. You wondered if Lee was planning on becoming a wind chime salesperson, since she kept pushing it. I have one like this at home, and it makes the prettiest sound. Fishing your money out, you made a decision on what to buy. You got one for Cove. Can I buy this one, please? You smiled to yourself, imagining what he'll think of it. Lee raised an eyebrow at that. The shopkeeper carefully wrapped your purchase up and handed it to you in a bag. You accepted and then raced off with Lee to catch up to the boys. For Cove, you had picked out a beautiful wind chime that... I can't not. That had a dolphin charm. You had a feeling he'd appreciate that. After leaving another clothing store, one that Lee couldn't resist exploring, you and your friends found yourselves walking down the main hall of the mall again. It wasn't long until everyone you were with had their eye on the smoothie kiosk ahead. Should we stop? Yeah. What? As you approached, your eye was drawn to the dizzying list of smoothie combinations. A part of you wondered how long it would take to try them all. Hi there, do you need a rundown of how this works? Yes, please. Okay, first off, you pick up to 3 options of fruit or berries. Then I'll add the ice cream and the store's special smoothie base mix. And then you'll have your very own smoothie for $4. There's only one size. Cove leaned over the counter a bit. For several moments, he intently studied the plentiful fruit and berry options. I'm gonna get a strawberry banana smoothie with coconut too. Sounds good. Is anyone else getting something? Can I get one that's just all mango? Of course.
Thanks.
I'd like strawberries, blueberries, and raspberries in mine. Thanks. shopkeeper looked at you now. I want one. Could I get strawberry? Ooh, kiwi. I love the taste of kiwi. But would it mesh well with strawberry? I really love strawberry. And that's everything. And then everyone went ahead and paid for their individual drinks. You waited over at the other side of the booth where the drinks were put when they were done. Derek bounced on his feet excitedly for his tea to be ready.
Aw.
This is gonna be good. We chimed in with our own enthusiasm. Everybody has their smoothie-based stuff can make any drink great. Cove, while quieter, looked just as eager for his smoothie. Luckily, there hadn't been anyone else before you, so it wasn't a long wait. Your group collected the fresh drinks as they were placed on the counter. Straws were pulled through the opening at the top of the cup, and the first tentative sips were had. Derek sighed in satisfaction after his taste. Mango is too delicious. That's why I often get mango tea, because it actually is quite tasty. Mine is super good too. Cove nodded and hummed in agreement. His straw was still in his mouth. You were really happy with yours because I love strawberry. It's my favorite flavor. This is perfect. Cool, we all made excellent choices today. Yeah. Sneakily, you wanted to steal a sip of someone else's smoothie. You decided to steal a sip of Cove's smoothie! As you followed alongside Cove for a while, you noticed that even when he wasn't drinking, his straw never left his mouth. He was content to always be in position for more sipping. You wondered if this plan was foiled before it even started. You relented and just asked Cove to taste. Cove, could I have a drink of yours? At that, Cove accidentally inhaled as he was drinking. His face was burning red from embarrassment and from the coughing that shook him. Dude, are you okay? Derek gave Cove a few pats on the back. His hacking was only starting to slow. I bet it ended up going the wrong way. It sucks when that happens. Oh yeah, it does. Lee elbowed you teasingly. The moment she got your attention, she started laughing and gesturing between you and Cove. Moments later, Cove was finally able to breathe normally. He wiped his mouth with his free hand. His gaze looked to the floor as he nervously started chewing on his straw. You could tell he was torn. He didn't seem to want to say no, but he couldn't bring himself to say yes either. Derek couldn't watch this scene anymore. Drinking his own smoothie, he pretended to be fascinated by the displays in the stores your group was passing by. Lee hadn't stopped looking over you two. You could tell she was living for every bit of this situation. In the parlance of Tumblr, this is giving her life. Cove's unhappy stare went from Lee to Derek, all while still shyly sipping his smoothie. You wondered if he was trying to will them to intervene. Feeling his stare, Derek peeked back towards Cove. The only response he offered was an understanding sigh. You teased him. Did I do something wrong, Cove? You pretended to be shocked as you looked from Lee to Derek, eliciting laughter from both of them. Cove bit down on his straw and shook his head. Oh, did I? No. Poor Cove indeed. With a defeated sigh, Cove delicately moved the hand holding his drink towards you. He invited you to proceed with his eyes. Ling Yang, you took a sip. It was an especially sweet combination. Thanks. He nodded and brought his smoothie back closer to his body, but he didn't start drinking again.
You're welcome.
You were satisfied with that? Oh, I was gonna offer him some of mine. As your group continued to wander the mall, you came to an area in the path that was wider. In the center of the opening was a collection of quarter-operated, ride-on machines. Derek stopped as soon as he saw them, smiling ear to ear. I want to ride! I think we might be too big.
No way.
We're not that old yet. He eagerly headed over to the machines, wanting to get a better look. Lee went along with it, smiling. You want to ride too. You quickly chased after Derek. He turned his head back at the sound of your footsteps and gave a thumbs up over his shoulder. Reconvening around Derek, you watched as he was focused on the various brightly colored rides. Most were designed to look like real vehicles, but there were also some horse-shaped ones. One of them could even seat 2 people. It's that car in the front there, obviously. Lee leaned in closely to you and whispered playfully while pointing directly at this soul machine made for a pair. You should ride that one with Cove. You agreed. She was really onto something there. That might be fun. I call the helicopter. Why?
Cool.
It's the coolest, and I think it'll move the most. Fair. He started digging in his pockets, pulling out whatever money he had left. Wait, is everything okay? I need 4 quarters, right? Yeah. I only have 2. There has to be more really between all of us. Hold on. Pockets, wallets, and purses were checked over. Derek still had 2. Cove had only 1. Lee ended up with the most at 3. You didn't have any.
Don't worry about it.
You can have mine. Thanks, but you don't have to. It's not enough for me. And even if it was, it'd be dumb to ride while you had to watch. Cove shrugged. He had tried, failed, and looked unsure of what to do next. Couldn't we exchange dollar bills for more quarters at a store? Derek slapped a hand to his cheek, eyes wide. Oh, yeah, that'll work. Let's do it. The group scattered to various shops around. When you shortly reconvened at the rides, everyone had more than enough quarters. There was no wiping the smile off your face. Despite the little hiccup initially, the plan to hitch a ride was coming together. Let's get this over with. We have the coins.
Okay.
Cheer up, man. It's gonna be good. Yay! There were enough machines that everyone claimed one for themselves. Derek got his coveted helicopter. Lee was happily on a horse. Cove waited to choose last. It seemed he didn't want to take a ride someone else wanted when he cared so little about it. You picked the double-seater car, and you brought Cove along. Cove, you can sit with me. He gave a bent smile and put a hand on his hip when he saw the ride you pointed out.
I don't know.
Do you really want to try fitting me in that? You might actually be comfortable if you use it by yourself. That doesn't matter. I want to ride with you. Alright. Lee winked at the two of you from her pony as you squished next to one another in the child-sized seats. Excuse me. Looks were exchanged across the way, and you each popped the coins in at the same time. The little ride stuttered to life. As the machines began moving up and down and side to side, Lee and Derek couldn't contain their laughter. Derek started waving from the window of the helicopter, and Lee reached out to see if she could touch anyone as their machine jolted closer to hers. Cove, on the other hand, just gripped the side of the car. He was struggling to remain in the seat, looking very uncomfortable. You tried to encourage Cove. It was terrible seeing how unhappy Cove was with this. You wondered if there was anything you could do to make him feel better. Don't worry, we all look ridiculous on these things. Cove's concentration was broken when he automatically looked in your direction. You thought you caught him rolling his eyes at your words. Are you worried you're gonna fall off? Cove shook his head, but you felt like you were going in the right direction. I know some people always talk about how tall you are, but you're not a giant. Some people are 7 feet tall. Oh. I'm not that close to it, but I am closer to that than I would like. 6'4". And not happy about it. Cove looked at you, clearly fighting a smile, but his hands were still gripping his ride like his life depended on it. Okay, if you do fall off, I'll jump off of this and make a bigger scene. I promise. That thought finally broke him into a laugh, and his smile remained for the rest of the ride. Soon all rides came to a stop and the group dismounted. Derek looked absolutely pleased at the conclusion of this pit stop. Then you noticed something out of the corner of your eye. You tilted your head to look directly at it, and you burst into laughter. What's funny? You turned back to your group and nodded in the direction of where you were looking. Isn't that one of those machines that takes dollars and gives quarters back? The kind that exists for people who don't have quarters on hand? Everyone's heads moved that way and saw that you were right. Derek chuckled awkwardly. That's exactly what that is.
Oh.
We're kinda dumb. We have to be to miss that this whole time. Come on, let's just put this behind us. There's still places open. We haven't been everywhere yet. Here, here. You moved along from one stop towards your next, still jovial from the experience. Shortly into your walk, Lee ran over to a nearby trash can and tossed her smoothie cup. Derek went after her and threw his cup away. You followed suit and you got rid of your empty cup too. The clock inched closer to 7 p.m. as you all made your way back to the directory. It was hard to believe how fast the day went by.
So,
Where do you think your mom ended up today? We didn't see her anywhere. I don't know, she's just like that. Ooh, it's a mystery! Despite having vanished for the entire trip so far, when 7 p.m. hit, you spotted Kyra coming right over, waving cheerily. As soon as she was close enough, she pinched Cove's cheek. Yep. That's her, alright.
hey,
Hey, baby and friends. Hi, Mom. He pushed her hand back with one hand and rubbed his cheek with the other. Did you have a good day, gang? Yeah. Today was awesome. We did so much.
Not bad.
It was fun. You really enjoyed your day. There was no hiding your joy. Like the others, you were smiling ear to ear, because today went so much better than you expected. I'm glad we came here.
that I do.
I want to hear all about it during the ride back. She clapped her hands together once more, making sure she had everyone's undivided attention. Speaking of that, we better head out. Cliff must be missing us, and you've got to be starving. Is there a time you haven't eaten yet? Yeah. Everyone followed her lead and started walking out the door to the parking lot. Something about what Kyra said felt off to you. There were tons of places to eat. It's a mall. You could have had dinner. You wondered if it was just a good guess, but you could feel your eyebrows raise when it dawned on you. She might have been keeping an eye on you after all. You weren't pleased about that. She didn't have to lie. None of you had a problem with her staying with you today. You were expecting it. You felt uncomfortable by her unnecessary deception. Shaking off those thoughts, you caught up with the others. Keeping the same seating arrangement as earlier, you all piled into the car and started heading back to the store. The drive went by without any problem, as it was filled with chatter about the various things everyone saw around the mall. Soon enough, you'd arrived at your destination. It was a much faster trip, considering this time Kyra knew where she was going. Yeah. Hearing the light jingle of bells from the front door being opened, Cliff poked his head out from the back. He lit up at seeing who was here. Hey, sport, did everyone have an adventure? Hi, Dad. We had a blast. Yes! We found the mall.
Aw.
The mall? Wish I could have joined you. He deflated in an exaggerated way. His shoulders sloped. Kyra put a hand on his arm and smiled.
Any whoosies.
There'll be other times. Are you set here? Almost. Mr. Holden sighed for real, then pulled himself together, standing up straight.
Do you mind?
I just need a little more time to finish up. Will you be alright killing time for a bit longer? It's okay. Yes, sir. No problem, Mr. Holden.
Sure.
We can have fun here. Excellent. What a great group of kids. He gave an approving thumbs up and Kyra nodded along. I'll give you a hand. I remember the ropes. Why, thank you. They walked side by side to the back room. Before he was out of sight, Cliff sobbed and looked over his shoulder. If you leave the shop, don't go far. It's getting late. And then his parents were gone again. Let's go to the docks. They're right down the way. Yeah!
Oh,
Oh, I saw those on the way here and really wanted to check it out. Are you coming, Diana? Alright. With a smile, Cove showed the way. Between the warm summer air and the smell of the ocean, you couldn't ask for a better night.
thanks.
Thanks for letting me come. Me too.
Right?
I'm so happy we did this. Today was great. Cove, your mom and dad are really cool. Really? Totally. Cove looked at Lee oddly. He ran a hand through his hair, and then his puzzled expression cracked with a chuckle. So, there's an old expression that I think is quite applicable to Cliff and Kyra. Better as friends than as lovers. Because obviously they're divorced, but, like, they still seem to get along very well. And that's awesome. You know. Excuse me. Cove looked at Lee oddly. He ran a hand through his hair and then his... Already read that. I guess sometimes they are. You continued walking. Every so often you would look up at the sky and see several stars poking out between the clouds. At one point you noticed the Cove stopped while Lee and Derek kept going on ahead, busily chatting. Initially you wondered if something was wrong, but you quickly noticed that he still looked to be in good spirits. You decided to hang back with Cove. He gave you a quick, acknowledging look when you stopped at his side. You could taste the sea salt as you took a deep breath of the ocean air. Silently, you and Cove watched the ocean for a little while. There was something about the waves that you always found soothing. You couldn't think of a better way to end a busy day. And then it hit you. The wind chime! This was the perfect moment. Quickly, you dug the wrapped package out of your bag. Hey, Cove? He barely replied. Instead, his sea focus was mostly on lazily watching the sea. The paper wrapping crinkled as you pushed the package forward, trying to make him realize. He finally caught sight of it, and his eyebrows raised up high. Gingerly, Cove accepted the gift. Just seeing the present brought a smile to Cove's face. He carefully opened it, and his whole body brightened as he recognized the chime.
Oh my god.
You suggested that the chime simply made you think of him. I thought it suited you, so I got it. Really? Cove's smile seemed to grow even brighter, and his blush deepened. He looked sincerely happy. You're just... He wasn't even able to find the words to finish his thought. Then Cove started getting shy over his bashfulness and put a hand up over his mouth. You were so happy that buying the wind chime was the right call.
Diana.
I'll take such good care of it, Diana. Thank you. You're welcome. Aww. Not much time later, Derek's chipper voice caught your attention. You and Cove both turned your gaze down the pier. What are you doing there, slowpokes? Get over here. Way to ruin the mood, Derek. Come on! You looked at Cove the same time he looked at you. You grinned and nodded your head in the direction of your friends. He gave you a small smile in return. Your footsteps echoed against the wooden planks of the dock and into the night as you ran to catch up. Alright. And with that, it is time to call it. Thank you so much to everyone who tuned in. Hopefully, this upcoming week will be a little less full of unexpected needs for breaks than this one was. I'll see you all on Tuesday. I haven't decided what I'll be streaming yet, but I'll work on a schedule and get it scheduled to be up by tomorrow at noon. Anyway, until I... dry throat. Until I see you all next, I hope that you have a lovely day and bonne lecture.